In the last 6 years, we've had a global pandemic, turned out to be bullshit. Nobody cares, nobody gets in trouble, nobody gives a shit. We find out that aliens are real. Nothing changes, nobody gives a shit, nothing happens. A global pedophile ring, nothing happens, nobody gets in trouble, nobody gives a shit. We found out all the politicians are basically inside trading. That's how they make $140,000 a year. And then by the end of their fucking term, or just in a couple of years, they're worth like $240 million. Nobody gets in trouble. Nobody gives a shit. And nothing changes. Found out the president actually was fake. Nothing happens. Nobody gets in trouble. Nobody gives a shit. 9/11 was staged. Nothing happens. Nobody gives a shit. Nothing changes. Like this is like from the year 2020 to 2026, like every other day is like a conspiracy theory being proven right. But nothing changes. Nobody gets in trouble. Nobody gives a shit. The whole Somalian thing. All these politicians that are like stealing billions of dollars, they don't get in trouble. Nothing happens. Nobody gives a shit. I mean, yeah, of course we all give a shit online and we're like, I fucking told you. Blah. But it's like, literally, like, nothing happens. Nobody gets in trouble. No one gives a shit. Charlie Kirk, that guy totally did not just kill him. Like, that one fucking tranny dude did not kill him. Nothing happens. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gets in trouble. Like, it's like, we started a country because Britain was charging us 3% tax. Now we pay 36% tax. Nobody gets in trouble. Nothing changes. Nobody gives a shit. Like, it's like, I think that's the most infuriating thing about finding out all these conspiracy theories that we've had. Oh, Pizzagate. Pizzagate's fucking real. Nobody gets in trouble. Nothing changes. Nobody gives a shit. It's like, it is so mind-boggling how they've like changed and manipulated the way our society and social norms are by just like releasing an overload of information that we're just like, I told you. I told you. It's like, I just don't understand. We should be taking these people into the fucking streets and like executing them. Like, I mean, seriously. Like, that's like what we should be doing. That's what our fucking great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers would be doing. I just don't understand how we find out these life-altering conspiracy theories that turn out to be true and nothing happens. Nobody gets in trouble and no one gives a shit. It's like, it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott and Craig Pasta Jardula. Episode 167, The People versus the Psychopaths. A real fake news update. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to news show. We're here with you all afternoon this Thursday. We're welcoming everybody here. If you just stumbled on us for the first time, if you've been a regular viewer and supporter of our channel, we thank you so much. Come one, come all into our homeless space. We're homeless from all aspects, all areas where everybody has come from somewhere. We happen to have come from the left, but we're here. We haven't changed our values, our morals, our belief systems. We're just understanding and recognizing today, more than ever today, right now, that the things we thought to be true. The team we thought we were part of, or the tribe, or the club, feeling part of something, that none of it was actually real, and they didn't actually share the values they preached. And we understand that this is something a lot of people are going through from wherever you're coming from. And this show we happen to call The Homeless Left. That's just our story. We want to know your story, and we want you to feel welcome in this community. This is not a tribe. This is not a club. This is not a cult. This is not any sort of team sport that you sign up for. This is the area we come to get out of that team sport, to throw in the towel, as they say. Enough of the two-party duopoly, enough of the uniparty, enough of the propaganda, enough of the divide and conquer, and enough of telling us how the world works when none of it was true from the beginning. And we're sick of being turned on each other. We're sick of being mad at the wrong thing, the wrong people. We've realized throughout doing this show that we actually have more in common with other people that have similar stories from wherever you're coming from, whatever ideology you're from, or whatever club you came from. You are not the enemy. We are not your enemy. We're all on the same side. And what is that side? The side of the people. This is a community where we can gather. You don't have to check a box to get in the door, and you're allowed to ask questions. You're allowed to be suspicious. You're allowed to question authority. You're allowed to be critical. You're allowed to use your minds, your critical thinking skills. That's what you're allowed to do. And that's what makes a community different than a club and a tribe, and a thing that if you ask those questions, they will show you the door. They say, you can't be in here. You got to go out, because we're on a mission to beat the other guy. So we're done with that. Especially now. You guys saw in the opening that there seems to be a global awakening happening, like from all aspects. It seems to be happening right now. It seems that the last straw could be the Epstein files release. That could be the last straw for a lot of people. It seems like that. That we're at a point where this breaking point, where we are going through some sort of global shift. And it's easy to feel overwhelmed, oversensitized. It can turn you numb. It can turn you into a place where you just want to shut everything out and just, put your head back down and go about your day and try your best not to think about how awful and horrible and disgusting and psychopath the people that actually run the world really are. And that's okay. That's okay. If that's the response you're feeling right now, that's fine. If you at all curious about starting a conversation that maybe you haven't had before, maybe it's a little nerve-wracking. It could be a little intimidating to just start a conversation and say, hey, everything you guys thought was true over the last 5-6 years, like the opening guy talked about. None of it is what it seems. So that's okay. We can take a step at a time, but that's why we're here, The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. Again, guys, thank you for all your support on the channel, and just want to throw up for the new people, just kind of throw up what we have going on here on Rumble. This is the main channel on Rumble, The Homeless Left. You can find us on YouTube at THL Presents. We will be engaging with you later in the show. Leslie will be here, Nurse Leslie, talking back with you guys, because this is not just an entertainment show. We're not just kicking back with a bowl of popcorn. You are participating. We're giving you tools throughout this process. We'll be here all afternoon today. We're giving you tools you can utilize when you go out in the world, when you engage with others in your community. That's what this is about. So the segments we upload, the live shows, we keep them up as long as we can. Now, YouTube has a history of not being so, allowing of different conversations. Obviously, Rumble has been good about that, although all of it is the surveillance state. All of it is keeping tabs on us. But at least Rumble doesn't pull the plug. So that's good. All of our stuff, you can find it on the channel. We are back on Facebook today on my personal channel. So if you guys are seeing us on Facebook, welcome. And if it's your first time, take a look for a little bit. Take a few minutes. See if anything clicks. See if anything clicks. A lot of the entertainment industry people are in this arena right here in LA, and it's been a tough 5-6 years. I know it has. I know it has. Maybe this is a moment where you can have a aha moment for yourself. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Great show. We got our regular co-hosts. Both are going to come in today. We're going to have great conversations. We got Craig Pasta joining us soon. We got Jay Scott coming in a little later. What are we going to be getting into? Well, this whole show today is the people versus the psychopaths. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about Pam Bondi's unhinged insanity on the House floor, which happened yesterday. We're going to go through that. We got Iran protesting Epstein and the cabal and Western elites. We're getting into that story. And there's a lot of other protesting going on around the world, and rightfully so. And we always cover the protests. Mainstream media continues to push pro-surveillance state propaganda, pro-censorship propaganda. And we had enough of that, but we'll get into some of that as well. And yeah, a lot of other stuff happening as well today. So let's go ahead and get started right now. We like to start off Thursday shows. You guys know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's Thursday. Let's do it. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. All right, let's get into the first story of the day. Coming in at number 3, Top Censored News of the Week. We might have missed this earlier show of the week, but after the Super Bowl, we discovered that a Super Bowl ad for Ring cameras to find lost dogs was a cleverly disguised mass surveillance network used to track everyone at all times, accessing all of our homes. That is what we discovered. If you guys know the commercial we're talking about, or if you don't, either way, check it out. We're going to actually play it for you right now. Here it is.
Milo, pets are family. But every year, 10 million go missing. And the way we look for them hasn't changed in years. Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs. Since launch, more than a dog a day has been reunited with their family. Be a hero in your neighborhood with Search Party. Available to everyone for free right now. Join the neighborhood at ring.com.
Looks innocent enough, right? Now, what's wrong with that? We got to find a dog. Well, look at that technology helping us out yet again, right? Right? Maybe not so right. Let's look a little closer at what's really going on here, because I know it pulls at the heartstrings. We want to find our lost puppy. What a great opportunity Ring is providing us to do that. Well, maybe not so much. So this is from Mason. He says, I love dogs and all, but I did we see the one of these commercials talking about, what was it, hundreds of thousands of kids that go missing every year here? We haven't seen that. So let's put the kids aside, and we'll just focus on the dogs, right? Because approximately 460,000 children are reported missing each year in the United States, but they want mass surveillance happening. That's what's going on. Well, let's see what's actually going on here. Well, according to Hustle Bitch, so they're using this lost dogs kind of promo, this kind of messaging. What they're doing is they're rolling out a surveillance state. So this is from Amazon. It's a Ring doorbell, and during this ad, they basically expose the playbook right here. So you got there's a man going viral, and we're going to play this for you in a second. He's calling out what the real purpose is behind this thing, and it is straight up a surveillance state. One photo of a missing dog gets uploaded. So here's how it works. The AI system will start scanning outdoor cameras. So entire neighborhoods are going to get pulled into the search, and then private doorbells in private areas are going to become tracking grids. It's wrapped up into something emotional, right? We said pulling at the heartstrings, lost pets, right? But it's not actually about the dogs, because if you do the math, we're talking about how many, did they say in the commercial, how many can this thing find? How many? One per day? What about the hundreds of thousands that go missing? So it's not even solving the problem. If you guys look at the numbers, it's not actually solving the problem at all of the thing that they're telling us what the problem is all these lost pets, but it's only going to find you one a day. So what else is it doing? Well, it's going to be normalizing this idea that all of our streets are going to be watching us, but they're telling us they're looking out for our dogs. They're only finding one a day. But what they're really doing is normalizing private cameras acting together, normalizing mass tracking as long as it feels helpful. And if they can just train AI to search for dogs right now, what do you think they're justifying? In other words, tomorrow, what are they going to be searching for? So those are the real questions. Let's let this dude that went viral discussing this, he'll break it down for you.
Ring camera wants to do what?
Until now. One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs.
That's straight up surveillance state. They are using dogs and dogs going missing to launch into a complete, utter surveillance state. And with ICE patrolling around and having their budget, abso-fucking-lutely not. Everyone should get rid of Ring, go to a new company, whatever the fuck. Ring camera ain't it.
Ring camera ain't it. So just a little warning for you guys. If you have this system, you might want to think about using a different one. But good news is a lot of people are calling this out online. They're calling out Amazon. Amazon's never been our friend. We know this. We know this, guys. So just, be skeptical moving forward how they whip out this technology on us. And they always like to pull at our heartstrings. That's really the thing you got to look for. They always like to pull at our heartstrings. Okay, here we go. Coming in at number 2, top censored news of the week. Protests against Israel at the Winter Olympics in Milan are blacked out by Western media outlets. So imagine that. So if you're only watching Western media outlets, you wouldn't even know this was happening, would you? Well, we're going to let you see some about what's going on right here. Here we go. So, and this is from Al Jazeera. They did cover this. It's the only one we could find to cover it. The Israeli team was booed. All right, so we're going to start with that. When they came out, they were booed at the opening ceremony because the International Olympic Committee has refused to suspend Israel from competing in the 26 Winter Games, despite, we know, killing more than 800 Palestinian athletes. They target athletes and journalists and medical workers. Yes, athletes too. 800 of them. And destroying 90% of Gaza sporting infrastructure during its genocide. What? That sucks. Oh, they didn't leave the sports stuff alone while they turned everything else into a parking lot because they respect athletic competition on a world level? No, they didn't. It's all one big parking lot. So why should, again, this is something that makes no sense. Why would the Winter Olympics allow Israel into it? Well, we know why. But you know there was going to be a protest. So let's go ahead and get to the next part. So here we are. So this is when they came out. Israeli athletes were booed. They walked through the opening ceremony, and it doesn't feel too good if you're representing that flag, and it shouldn't. You should be uncomfortable. So this is the facts again. 800 athletes have been killed by Israel, so they no longer aren't alive. They can't compete. They can't live. So they're dead, and that's because of Israel. But of course, Israel's still allowed to participate in the Olympics. So then at least 10,000 people in Milan, they protested outside against the Olympics. And of course, you guys know how that works. You're going to have police state come in and get involved. And but they were also not just protesting Israel. They're protesting ICE in the U.S. because they understand, in Italy, they understand that it's all connected, that the surveillance state, the war state, the Greater Israel Project, working with the U.S., they understand that it's all connected. And this has affected housing costs and environment. So it really is all connected. And again, this is Al Jazeera is the only one we could find covering this. So yes, the protests against ICE Israel at the Winter Olympics in Milan, they've erupted this past week. Thousands marching to condemn Israel's participation, the presence of ICE agents with the U.S. delegation, the event's environmental and social impact. So the smoke bombs and firecrackers were set off. Of course, I wonder if that was infiltration. Well, we know enough about how these work to then give the excuse for the police, the Milan police, to respond with what? Tear gas and water cannon. Let's see what that looked like a little bit here.
Well, there have been some protests in Milan this evening. You can see here demonstrators have been filmed throwing firecrackers.
Yeah. And we know what that's about. You have to escalate the peaceful protests. Someone's always in charge of escalating. Just speculating here, but someone's got it, right? Someone's got to be in charge of the escalation. Peaceful protest has to lead to police intervention, and they have to have an excuse to do that. So we know how that goes. But the point is, Western media ain't covering this at all. But make no mistake, if you're Israeli and you think you can go on the world stage and pretend that your country is not committing genocide in real time and you can go compete honestly on the world stage, you got another thing coming, and you're going to be like these athletes who can't get through the opening ceremony without a bunch of boos. And I wish I had a tape of that to play for you guys, but we're trusting the reporting on the ground and understanding. And we've seen this before. This isn't the first time at the Winter Olympics of 26. We've seen how the athletes are, called out. Why are you representing this psychopath nation at this point, especially with all the athletes that your country has murdered? No other country is murdering athletes, targeting them, murdering them, and expecting they can compete honestly in world games of any sort. So keeping that in mind, and then understanding there's a reason that Western media is not covering that part of the Olympics. And you guys know why. Okay. Moving on. Top story of the week, top censored news story of the week. This one's very important. Here we go, guys. You're not going to see this one on Western media outlets at all. Coming in number one, Iranians protest against Epstein's pedo cabal. They protest by burning multiple statues associated with Baal, a holy symbol among the Zionist and Western elites. What? How come we didn't learn about that in school? That's weird. Okay, well, let's take a look. What's going on here? All right. Now, to be very clear, I'm not just exaggerating. Western media is not covering this. We literally had to go to an international publication for Iran to cover it, and they still aren't covering it honestly. So this is their playing dumb article. Why were Baal statues burned at Iran's revolution anniversaries? And by the way, it was their 47th anniversary of the Iranian, I guess it was, that they celebrate this. So this was very, very timely that this is happening. And again, it's a response to the Epstein reveal of all of the sick and sadistic, satanic practices that we now know Western elites, specifically Western elites, partake in. We don't see anyone else getting accused of being part of this. Isn't that funny? By the way, before I read this, isn't that fun? Have you guys thought of that? Isn't it interesting that the people in the Epstein files being listed, being part of the child eating, cannibal, sadistic, torture video / all this other horrible stuff, most horrible stuff imaginable? Isn't it interesting that none of our quote unquote enemies that we were told. None of them are in the files. None of them are part of it. Sometimes a name is mentioned. Putin's name is mentioned. Oh, we're trying to get a meeting with Putin. Can't do it. We might have to kill him. That type of mention. Other than that, isn't that interesting? Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela. I mean, it's just the list of people we were told are the worst people on the planet aren't part of this. How interesting. Well, Iran knows this. So again, you got to take the conspiracy serious. So let's read. This is how they're reporting it in an Iran publication. During state organized rallies marking Iran's 1979 revolution anniversary, demonstrators in several cities burned large statues of a horned, bull-headed figure identified by organizers as Baal, an ancient deity referenced in biblical and Islamic tradition. Interesting. We never learned about. I wonder why we never were taught about Baal. That's interesting. Okay. The burning, some reported to have taken place at the same time in different cities, were presented by organizers as a symbolic protest linked to renewed online conspiracy. There it is. Conspiracy theories surrounding the late financier Jeffrey Epstein and alleged child abuse by Western elites. Alleged. I guess we're still at alleged. Is that where we are? Okay, we're still at alleged. All right, we'll go with it. Actually, you know what? I want more of an honest take. Let's see what some people are saying that are actually on the ground. Okay, so visuals continue to emerge from Iran today, where people burned many statues and posters associated with the devil Baal, a holy symbol among the Zionist and elites, also mentioned in the Epstein files for child offering. Iranians continue to piss off the world elites. And here's some of the images coming out. Multiple statues being set up, multiple ceremonies of destroying this horrible Satan devil-like figure that apparently is worshipped by a lot of Western elites and cabal members that seem to have a lot of power in the world. This one's an interesting one. Look at this one. So they are burnt, and they burn this too. They burn the statue. They burn the posters. They're not pedophiles not welcome. They want them out. And you can see the people on this poster here. So yeah, that's what's going on. Let's look at some of the video coming out. So you're wondering why? Are you wondering why Western media isn't covering this? If this was a bad look for Iran, they would be covering it, right? Right? Isn't that what it's always been about? Making them look as bad as possible, coming up with these insane stories like the protesters in the street in Iran want to take down their government, even though it was Mossad agents creating that chaos. We covered all that on the show. You guys know that. This idea we have to go save, bring democracy to Iran. So if this in and of itself was a bad thing to do, you think they'd be showing it to us to make them look bad. Well, the reason they're not showing this is because this is literally what it is. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's actually standing up against the thing that we've been subjugated to our entire lives. They're saying it out loud. Enough of the psychopaths that run the planet on the Western side, in the Western hemisphere. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. You want to look a little closer. I mean, you could say, I get it. You could say, well, what does this have to do with Epstein? Come on. It's alleged. It's not. Come on, guys. What does this really have to do with it? Well, let's take a look at some of the symbolism, stuff that, again, we were never taught in school. So this is from Ray Jackson. The U.S. and Israeli leadership worship Baal. Iran burns their symbol of Satanism. So Baal is a satanic entity in which sexual perversion is an act of worship, and children are sacrificed in order to conquer or conjure up demonic blessings and satanic power. You think we're making this up? So rewind a bit, few years. We talk about Epstein's Island, the Great Island. You guys understand that the way the island itself, the temple that was designed, was strategically designed according to the, and I'll show it to you guys in a second. It's a near replica of an ancient bathhouse at the entrance to the citadel of Aleppo that was known for Baal worship. Wow, imagine that. So this cult of Israelites worshipped with child sacrifice in the actual island that everybody was invited to, and planes and helicopters sent, and come on out to the island, enjoy. This is the island. This is the replica of an old temple to worship Baal. That's what this is. Not an accident, not an oopsie, completely on purpose. You know what else? Guess what else we found out from Adam Media? This guy's on point, by the way. Epstein has been named. Oh, Epstein's bank account. He named his bank account Baal. What? Yes. Yes, Baal is the name of Jeffrey Epstein's bank account. Again, it's a demonic being that was worshipped in ancient Israel by some Hebrews before they converted to Judaism. Child sacrifice is a ritual of Baal worshipers, usually through burning, kind of like Israel did to Gaza. That's a good comparison there, Adam. Great comparison there. Kind of like what Israel is doing and has been doing to Gaza. Here's the bank account. There it is. Jeffrey Epstein's bank account. Baal. That's the name. You guys, you know how we can get little code words for our bank account so we don't mix them up? That's the one that Jeffrey Epstein went with. So how far back does this go? Let's take a look, because 1933, now you guys know this is well before the creation of Israel. We're talking about the British government has the deed to the land. They're working on putting this thing together. They're trying to coordinate this mass hijacking of land. But there's this Zionist, I guess we can call it a depiction. What they're doing in 1933 is they're recreating 3,000 years of Jewish history. So it's supposed to be this, let's all get together and do this. There's a video. I'm going to show it to you guys in a second. But during this festivity of celebration, 3,000 years, included in this celebration was dramatic depictions of worshiping Baal and child sacrifice rituals before its statue that was part of the presentation. This is it. This is the presentation worshiping the art of child sacrifice and worshiping this psychotic devil character Baal. That is pretty creepy. Oh, here we go. This is is this the offering? I think this might be the offering. Yes, put the child in the belly. Put the child in the belly and let's dance. Here we go. Yes, yes, yes. This is our culture. What are you challenging it? Come on, guys. We have a right to celebrate whatever religion we want to. In fact, we have the right to criminalize you if you have a problem with it. That's how it goes. So yes, we're going to dance around as we sacrifice. We go through the art of sacrificing children to this satanic god. Fun stuff, guys. Real fun stuff. That's it. So again, this is happening now in real time. Just so you see this. This is video is coming out right now from Iran. They put this. This is the Star of David, the 666. They're not making this stuff up. This comes from that old whatever the scripture, whatever is the thing this comes from. They are putting it out in public and they're saying enough. We are ridding this from our space, and we're going to broadcast it and send this video, send these messages around the world. And we don't care if Western media is going to ignore that this is happening. We're going to do it anyway. And so this video was well put together, and it's been making the rounds today. And I want you guys to see this. This is important. This is important stuff. And again, I will challenge you, if you think for any reason that what they're doing is not heroic, then I challenge you to find me a Western media outlet that's going to show us how awful this is that they're doing this. But you won't find that, because there's nothing awful about this. Is heroic. This is courageous. This is taking a stance against all of that horrible, disgusting, barbaric, beyond barbaric, psychopath, child sacrifice, torture video, horrible stuff that we are now processing exists in our lexicon, in our, unfortunately, in our psyche now. This is a stance against that. And we stand with Iran on this protest. And that is the top censored news story of the week. And that's why we have to do this, guys, because the mainstream media won't. Okay. That should do it for that segment, guys. Okay, let's go ahead. I think we're ready for the next segment, and I'm seeing that we're finally starting to get a little bit of traction. I asked you guys to kind of share out what we're doing. Yeah, I think we're getting a little more traction now. That's good. That's good. Appreciate you guys doing the likes and the shares. That really helps us a lot. All right, let me reset here, and we'll go ahead with our next segment here. Okay. Without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host. Right now, you guys know him. You love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta JARDULA. Oh, we got the mute. There we go.
Wow, like I'm 7 again. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Good. Yeah, dude. No, you're looking quite young and festive. I love the glasses again. Very good. Love it.
Yeah, my eyes are hurting a little bit today, so I put on some glasses to kind of protect my eyes. Also, too, from all the heat and the fire coming. You know what I'm saying?
You're feeling some of that fire from overseas, huh?
Oh yeah, man. Forget about it. It's here. You know, I was supposed to be on RT this morning talking about Epstein on Crosstalk. They had some issues. I'm gonna go back next week, but I'm gonna go on RT today at 6 o'clock and talk about some Epstein issues. And man, that was a good segment piece you had over there. It really made me think about the other day, yesterday, Wednesday, when somebody called in and they wanted to talk about, you know, pretty much child sacrifice and aliens eating children, right? And that, you know, we had then talked about adrenochrome, and with Catherine Austin Fitz has talked about David Icke, about, you know, some of this stuff connected to CERN. And these things are real. CERN is real. You can't deny that CERN doesn't exist. I mean, they have a hydro collider, which they're trying to split atoms to open up portals. Well, there are people believing that they're like interdimensional beings coming in. And that's like the root of all this stuff we see from this Baal and whatnot. I mean, some people believe it's connected, the spirituality of it. You know, there's this alien thing about it. I mean, it's all very complicated. But, you know, I have to say that I definitely lean in your camp to think that there are some sick satanic ritual, whatever you want to call it. I mean, don't get me wrong. What Israel is doing in Gaza right now, to me, is satanic. You know, what the United States is doing, what we did to these fishermen on the water in Venezuela is satanic. What we do to Somalia by bombing them all the time is satanic. These are like satanic, like, you know, acts. But what you're talking about, what we're experiencing over here, has a whole nother element and levelness of creepiness and craziness all to it. And if you start looking at the Epstein story and you go all the way back to Epstein first getting his first job in that Manhattan school, who gave him the job? Donald Barr, William Barr's father. Well, Donald Barr wrote a book about aliens having sex slaves. You know, this is back in 1973. He wrote this thing. So it just seems like this thing gets crazier and crazier by the day. I don't know what is real and what is fake, but I can tell you this much. Those in power have abused it completely. And I don't think the greatest sin of Donald Trump was in these last drops about what they were saying, because they could be true, they could be untrue. But it's no doubt whatsoever that he is part of the cover-up, right? And he campaigned on this shit of exposing this stuff and bringing the elites to justice, but only to find out, to turn around, that he is one of them, or at the very least, he is protecting them. And what Pam Bondi did yesterday was an embarrassment. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, don't get me wrong. You know, none of these Democrats were calling out Bill Clinton and stuff. If you were to ask them right now, as they're dropping, if you would ask Ted Lieu about Bill Clinton, he'd go mums the word on it. And there's ample amount of evidence on him, too, as well. So what we have in front of us is a complete cover-up, kabuki theater. And until we do something to the level of the magnitude of what Iran was doing right there, nothing will change over here at all. In fact, it will only continue to get worse.
Yeah, no, you make excellent points there. I think that we are at a tipping place. I think that this, you know, there's a global shift occurring right now. And this talk about, you know, being on the side of, you know, protecting Trump, or the other side protecting Clinton, and picky choosy, the thing they're mad about. I think there's going to be less and less of those people holding on to that old belief system. I think that there's a lot of people, in fact, I say more people than ever are throwing in the towel altogether from all of it. They don't even want to think about it anymore. So I think our job right now is to stop. We don't need to waste time trying to convince the tribal people. There's a lot of people on both sides that are just going to stay. They're going to go down with the ship as far as they're concerned. And that goes for both hardcore MAGAs and hardcore blues. But what our job is right now is to do the work and make it available and accessible, and make it feel okay for the people that have checked out, because those people are who we need right now. The people that checked out. The reason they checked out is because it's emotionally, it's overwhelming. This is why, and you and I have talked. We had our debate last time you were on here, and I think we'll have a chance to continue some of this. Because the big question that you asked, the big question is, why would they allow us to see all this right now? And I think I came up with an answer to that question since you and I last talked. And I think the answer quite possibly could be that the Achilles heel that they have, the one weakness they have, is their narcissism, is the fact that they think they can get away with anything, and that we're not smart enough or capable to do anything about it. So a lot of the stuff we're seeing is stuff that a normal thinking person in their position would not be willingly giving up. They're giving it up because they think they're that much better than us, and that we don't have the means, and we don't have the psyche. We don't have the emotionality. We don't have these tools that we need to fight back and hold anyone accountable. And they're 100% sure that nothing's going to happen to them. So we have to prove that wrong. And I think the key is focusing in on the people that have checked out, because they're doing the thing that these guys expected. They expected to check out. But we're here to say, don't check out. Come on board with us. We're going to have the conversation. That's what we're starting with today. It starts with the conversation and learning tools that we can communicate with others outside this space. So that's what we're about today, Craig. I think we're going to have a chance to get a lot more into the Epstein stuff, the psychopaths that we're calling out here today. The Pam Bondi stuff's very insane. So you guys are going to get into that in a second. But I just wanted to first, I had a leftover real fake news from Tuesday. I just want to do this one real quick because this one's important, because this one is, again, another opportunity for distraction. But we know better. We know that this is just another tool to get people thinking about the wrong stuff and not covering the stories that they should be covering. And this is us. We're going to call out CNN on this one. This is the story. Well, let me play it in here. We're going to do this one real quick, but this is the Guthrie kidnapping. So we're going to look at that briefly and what we like to call a real fake news update. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. What we're looking at today is the Guthrie kidnapping. If you guys haven't heard, this is a update on the story. We're here to call out BS on the way it's being covered. But if you guys didn't hear, this is this is the latest from New York Post telling us that investigators have found a black glove during the hunt for Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and the Post was there to look at it. Okay, so here's what happened. So, and this is in Arizona. There are teams going around trying to find Virginia Guthrie's mother, who they're not recovering. They can't seem to find her. Kash Patel's on the case. Kash Patel's on the case. But FBI agents, what they have recovered is a black glove from a roadside near Nancy Guthrie's house, potentially a major clue in the search for a masked thug who's suspected of abducting the 84-year-old woman. And she's been missing now for well over a week. Detectives found this clothing item, which resembles the pair worn by the armed perpetrator caught on video about 1.5 miles from the home. And if you guys don't know, Savannah Guthrie is a Today Show co-host. She's in the limelight. She's getting a lot of support, and it's even Trump reaching across the aisle in a weird way and saying we're going to get to the bottom of this. But we happen to think this whole thing is one big scam, because now the authorities have not identified any suspects behind this kidnapping, in which Guthrie seems to have been forced from her home, leaving a trail of blood behind. But this story, again, it's having a lot of people discussing this instead of what they should be looking at right now. Oh, look at that. The glove was brought into the courtroom, and unfortunately, if it doesn't fit, you can't.
You must acquit.
You must acquit if it
doesn't fit. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit.
You must acquit. So that spoiler alert,
yeah, you
guys,
must have quit.
Yeah, the glove did not fit, unfortunately. But this is the responses we're seeing. Nancy Guthrie kidnapping equals psyop. Another response, a little more pointing this out. The whole Guthrie kidnapping is a hoax. Real kidnappers don't act like this. The sad part is that most likely she's dead. That's a morbid take. There was probably a family dispute. Confrontation might have led to an accidental death. They try to cover it up as a kidnapping with the intention of eventually saying she's dead and the family recovering the body. It'll all come out, and the FBI will figure it out and find proof. Well, this person's a little extra hopeful. We're not so hopeful because we know who's actually on this case. Like I mentioned, Kash Patel. Here's his little thing. And we see how many times we have to see Kash botch an investigation, but thinking that we're going for speediness.
See behind me, we have assembled the full force of both the federal and state and local law enforcement agencies to bring bear all of our resources to make sure we find the perpetrators responsible for this heinous act. And make no mistake, they will be brought to justice.
Oh my God, will they? Will they? Are we betting? Are we making bets on this? Well, Kash did find a suspect that fit some description. Almost immediately, guess what happened after he found the suspect? Well, the man had to be released after being detained by police for questioning in connection with Nancy Guthrie's adoption. So that didn't work out so well. So they still have no leads at all. But this is the part I want to get to, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Craig. If you didn't see this is what got our attention. CNN's reporting every time they want to get a real investigation going, bring on the man himself, Brian Swetzer, or whatever the hell, Swetzer, whatever the hell. Brian sweats a lot. He's going to tell you what a good thing this is, that Amazon, or the technology that is being used to find her, is so effing amazing. And he's going to give a shout out to Google while telling us how important this technology is. And this might be the giveaway about why this story is such a popular one right now for CNN audiences. Here we go.
The technical part of the story that I want to learn more about, that I bet many viewers want to learn more about, because this is a key part of the breakthrough. My sense is that the engineers and the technicians at Google, the company that owns Nest, deserve a lot of credit for this breakthrough. And you can read between the lines of Kash Patel's statement and get that sense. He said, working with our partners, they were able to obtain this video. Well, for viewers who aren't familiar how Nest works, these are some of the Nest cameras. So here's one of them that's for outdoor use. Here's an indoor camera that's for indoor use. You plug these in, you're able to see whatever the camera sees. But unless you have a monthly subscription to the cloud interface, there's not a backup of the recordings. You're able to see the video live if you have it plugged in, but you're not able to see a backup. A lot of people don't bother to pay for the backup for $10 a month or whatever it is, because all you're ever going to see on your cameras is, well, in the Tucson desert, maybe a coyote every once in a while. But in this instance, according to the FBI, the Google engineers, these data forensics experts, were able to somehow retrieve the raw material that was coming off the camera live, that was being fed onto the servers live, even though there was not a subscription. There's going to be a lot of questions about that, and so far we've only seen the video from what seems to be the doorbell camera and not from any other cameras around the home, Boris.
So did he just do a plug for paying $10 a month to have this type of protection from Google? What's going on here, Craig? Do you see?
Well, I think he whistleblew, right? He's a whistleblower that even though you don't have the prescription, right, the subscription, excuse me, he needs a prescription.
It might be,
even if you don't have the subscription, right, and you don't pay for that backup of the cloud, they've been storing all your data the whole time. That's why they were able to get that there, because they never, everything is kept for good. They are paying for all this data to be stored. Palantir is a big part of it. They've geo-mapped everything so they can go back and look and find whatever they want whenever they want. This is some, like, you know, some futuristic Minority Report shit right now. This is the stuff that once that Larry Ellison talked about, that everything's going to be filmed all the time. You played the commercial from the dog situation about how we find our dogs and stuff. This is what it's all about. This is what's going down in Minnesota. It's geofencing, geomapping, and data storing every little aspect of our lives now. Okay? We have no civil liberties left, no protections from Big Brother, who's always watching us now at this point.
Yeah, and on top of that, the whole point of something like putting a theater piece like this together is about getting people excited about it, because you can't have people uneasy. You can't have people skeptical. They have to be excited. Like, wow, what a great opportunity. I don't want to end up like Virginia Guthrie's mother. I don't want to end up like her mother. I want to feel safe and protected. So thank you, Google, for providing me this. Let me go sign up for the $10 subscription right now. Thank you, Brian Sweats a lot. It's like, so that's so that's the mind altering element of a story like this. Do you think that there's anything about this story that even resembles something real? Do you think that this was like just a random burglary, abduction, or do you think that there's a whole group of people in on this particular thing here? Or
you mean in the kidnapping itself?
Yeah, the kidnapping itself. Yeah.
How about I don't give two shits? It's not that I don't care about the woman, right? It's one woman, right? How many people do we lose every day in fucking Gaza, right? Now I think we're down to 6, 7 a day, from 20 a day, every single day. There's one lady missing. There's thousands of kids missing under the rubble. And I'm not just pointing out Gaza in particular because it's that one area I want people to talk about. They don't talk about anything on the news anymore. This is distraction porn here. Literally, I get my mother up around 8 o'clock every day. We get her up. We come have her breakfast, and I throw Fox News on. And it's usually on for about 90 minutes to 2 hours before we switch on over to Turner Classic Movies, right? They don't talk about anything of significance. And this has been eating up about 75% of their time, bringing on this expert, that expert, and this person and that person. If let's just say for argument's sake that all of this is really real, that she's been kidnapped, my heart bleeds for her daughter and everything that's going on. I get it. But this is one small pebble, and it's just being used to completely. What is this woman's life more important than all the kids in Gaza that get killed every day? To all the people in Ukraine who are going through a meat grinder because the United States keeps funding this, to the last dead Russian or whatever. I mean, what about all the people in Somalia who are getting bombed? The people in Venezuela who are getting starved out? The people in Cuba who are now getting Gaza 2.0? None of that stuff is ever talked about on the mainstream media, and it's by design. And this whole situation, and wouldn't surprise me if it was all kabuki theater, theatrics, a psyop, because it really is sucking up about 80% of the fucking news cycle out there. And it really isn't that much newsy, you know? Shit like this probably happens every day. Somebody goes missing every single day. Why are they so fascinated? And it has all the makings of like a fucking Matlock TV show, Matt. Really? It is. Like she's got to try to, well, what's her name? Murder, She Wrote. She's got to figure it out, you know, the whole little thing. And it's like written by a CIA freaking script writer, for crying out loud. Like I said, this is all true. My heart goes out to you. But this is not all the news that's out there. And it's definitely not 80%. It shouldn't be eating up 80% of the news cycle.
Yeah. No, 100%. I agree 100% with this assessment. Craig, this is by design. This is to keep us in our place as this peasant class, right? Because we know we're not going to get that coverage. We know, and not just Gaza. I mean, Gaza is everything, and it's nothing as far as CNN is concerned and Brian Sweatsalat's concerned. What we know is on top of Gaza, we know that children in our own country are going missing. We know that is a fact. And so where is the coverage on the children going missing? Oh, maybe they don't want to find out exactly where they're ending up, because apparently these survivors that we see from Epstein, they get treated like crap. They're not being treated with any sort of respect, as we're getting with the Guthrie family and this elite CNN class and this elite like news class. And they're not again, these aren't news reporters, these are propagandists, and they protect each other in the elite class. These are the same people that have been covering for Epstein for these last several years, these last 10 years. That's it. Yeah.
End of story with that one.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say her name. She already gets so much news cycle fucking in her name. I mean, and I'll put on CNN. I'll go to the CNN. Same thing they're doing over there, like you just pointed out. Fox News. It's like it's great because they don't have to report on any other news.
Yeah.
Real news they can stay away from because their corporate sponsors don't want them to go over there.
Yeah. Well, and on top of that, they're all funded by the same thing they're supposed to be doing a job to call out, and that's why they are fake news.
Mockingbird Media.
What's that? Yeah.
Mockingbird Media.
That's right. And that's why we have to bring you the real fake news update. Again, we're not brought to you by Pfizer. All right. Let's move on here. Now, we're going to be taking this time right now, Craig. I think it's important. So much has been even happening since you last been on last week. And we're looking at Epstein. We're looking at the battle going on. The people that seem to have been getting the backs of their constituents, getting the backs of the actual survivors. There's not that many, but we talk about Thomas Massie. We talk about Rokana. We know that Pam Bondi has gone into the House committee floor and made a complete ass of herself, completely behaving like a psychopath. But before we get to Bondi, and we're going to be bringing Jay in a little bit on this as well. We're going to be talking about it, but I want to focus on Massie because we discussed last week, Craig, you and I discussed the idea that the files themselves were only going to have certain people mentioned and others weren't. And I do remember you said that we weren't seeing it at the time. We weren't seeing guys like Les Wexner mentioned. Yeah. Now we are. And so I feel like we're moving towards that. And I feel like people like Thomas Massie are doing the bold and brave thing. This is just a summary from this is when Massie first announced it. This, I think, a significant moment when he went on CNN last week and announced publicly live on CNN that Les Wexner is officially a co-conspirator of Epstein. And on top of that, announcing that the DOJ deliberately, or he says it might have been accidental, but we know deliberately left him out and had redacted the file. Yeah. It's now been unredacted.
An example of something,
I believe you're talking about
the CEO who's listed.
Yeah, he was listed as a co-conspirator once Massie got it revealed when he pushed Pam Bondi to talk about this as a co-conspirator to child trafficking, or is it to child pedophilia? What, I don't know what it was. He was a co-conspirator of, but I think that's important because I don't think it's anything to do with the weapon sales. I think it has everything to do with sex trafficking.
It's the sex trafficking.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But the rest will hopefully, I mean, there's we don't stop here. We don't say, okay, we named the name. Now we're going to move on. He's still fighting on this, but I think this was an important moment because again, his name wasn't officially mentioned from the files when they had dropped when they had a picky choosy given us the 3 million files. These were the ones that he went in there and said, you guys have to unredact these names.
An example of something, maybe it wasn't intentional on their part. I'd like to hear his take on the redaction of the CEO who's listed as a co-conspirator in the 2019 child sex trafficking case.
So can I ask you, because, and I want to ask if this is the same person, Todd Blanche also said about that tonight that the document you're citing there has victim names in it.
Correct.
Seeming to say that's why there are redactions. He said, we have just unredacted Les Wexner's name from this document, but his name already appears in the file thousands of other times. And he says the Justice Department is hiding nothing. Is that the retired CEO that you're referencing?
It is. He unredacted it after I found it. That's a problem. And I'm glad they've admitted they made a mistake by redacting that.
So you're saying it was redacted when you went in there today, and after you tweeted that, they unredacted it?
Correct. Now he's got 4 other names he needs to unredact. Did he respond to that? There's a list of 20 people. And there's 4 men in there that need to be unredacted. Here's another troubling thing that I found.
Can you say who those 4 men are tonight?
I don't think they're well known. And so if I did, it wouldn't matter, but I could probably say them on the floor of the House. But I'll give the DOJ a chance to do what they did in these 2 examples, where I've discovered something and now they've responded.
So he held off on that because Rokana the very next day was able to get up there and get all 6 of these names said, including Les Wexner. You say the Sultan had come out. That's this Indian Sultan that runs 10% of the commerce and the deporting, exporting, importing, whatever he wants. He has 10% of control of that. So that could be human as well. So we know that the power this guy, this Sultan had, these are the 4 names on top, were the other 4 names that aren't very well known, but these are very powerful people globally that have enough backing financially that can be people that will back Epstein on all the things that Epstein was able to do. He needed that financial backing. He needed those resources. These were 6 men that were, as we know now, 100% were providing that financial backing. And so this is a good development since we last spoke. Craig, do you think this is we're heading in the right direction? Or are they still protecting these people? I'm not suggesting that any of them are going to jail. I'm saying exposing this, does this do anything to move us closer to any sort of awakening, I guess?
Here's the thing, Matt. Whatever comes out in these files won't be as damaging to what Epstein really is, to understanding the fact that he was part of this elitist, cultist type of group, as when you just go back and you simply understand the history of when he got started, the moves that were made, the jobs that he was given, like at the New York school, a 16-year-old kid, without a degree, you know what I'm saying? All these things, that Barr was connected, and then how he went over, and Leslie Wexler just gave him the keys to his kingdom, right? When you start looking back at a lot of those things, I think those things are a little bit more damaging in understanding what's going on over here. I don't know for sure exactly the names they're throwing out and why they are throwing them out right now. I'd like to hear a little bit more opinions from people like Whitney Webb on these situations, but I don't ever think we'll ever get the meat and potatoes of what's really, really going on. First of all, how old are all these men? And even if they're mentioned right now, will there ever be a chance they will be investigated? And if they're going to be investigated, is it going to be the same cover-up police departments or facilities that, like the FBI and the CIA, that covered up for these people for so long? You know what I'm saying? We will never get any justice until somebody is hung or imprisoned or really is punished for what they're doing. Not even the fake, Ghislaine Maxwell situation, which, by the way, at the end of the day, I like I said, I don't think Donald Trump is really getting in hot water so much for being in the files as much as he is there to cover up for what's going on. But I mean, I could be wrong. I'd like to know a little bit more about these gentlemen. Obviously, I know the importance of Leslie Wexler, and until just recently, he wasn't labeled as a co-conspirator. And you can hear the language. Oh, we've mentioned his name 48,000 times. Yeah, but never as a co-conspirator.
Well, now it is.
Now it is. And they had to go to this fucking level to get it.
Yes.
So
okay,
there's still a cover-up going on.
Okay,
and
so let's do this. I just got to acknowledge Due Dissidents rated the stream. Welcome on you guys. Yay. Don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe if you're first time to the channel. It's Homeless Left. Matt Weinglass here. Craig Pasta flexing for you guys here on the Homeless Left. We're doing it coast to coast here. LA to Miami. LA to Miami. We're giving it to you guys all afternoon here, and we just appreciate you guys being here. The subscribe is good too, because you can see when we go live on the show. But this is non-tribal news discussion, sometimes debate. We have friendly debate, which is nice. It's not just an echo chamber here. We're actually here using our critical thinking skills, which we need ever so much right now for the Epstein drama, because every couple hours there's new information coming out. With that said, I will say this, Craig. We're gonna play some of the Bondi debacle right now for you guys, and I'm gonna focus on Massey because I like his how he arrives at this and the back and forth there. But before we do that, I'm just going to respond to what you're saying, Craig. Justice, yes, people being prosecuted, people, going to jail. That's a big form of justice. Another form of justice is a little more about the public perception changing. That's also a form of justice. So we talk about a global kind of shift. We've been talking about a global shift happening. I think every one of these steps is important to obtain that. What does that shift look like? What does that mean? It means that we become a more powerful group of people in a space that is disconnected, intentionally disconnected from the two-party duopoly, from the mainstream matrix, this matrix that was told to us literally in the Matrix movie. We're having more people can detach from that and come out with us and be ready for their next BS, their next PSYOP, their next false flag, their next election cycle, So that's also justice. So I say let's take those wins when we get it, those aha moments people have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I mean, really, to tell you the truth, what I think would be good to show up, and you know, the missed opportunity I had in Minnesota, and I realized this today, as I was listening to a show, I was listening to Judge Knapp and Karen Kwiatkowski. I should have pushed back on a lot of people in Minnesota and said, well, listen, hey, are you for COVID mandates? And a lot of them would have probably said yes. And I would have said, are you for a federal institution or a task force of sorts to go around and make sure that that is policed? And see if people said yes or no, because that is the actual issue we have right now, is that we got to watch about being careful of not falling back into the team sports mentality, right? So you have Ted Lieu out there talking about Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. You have other Democratic members talking about Donald Trump this and that. So if they were questioned about Clinton, you'd see that mum's the word. And we have to be careful that we don't fall back into the team sports mentality, because they're still treating this very partisanly, right? And we have to be careful of that, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump was supposed to be different, an outsider, the way we thought Barack Obama was, where he's going to give the finger to Wall Street and the military-industrial complex, and peace and happiness was going to be restored, and we're going to build back a middle class, and, you know what I'm saying, the Occupy movement was going to move right into the White House, and here we go. Donald Trump came and posed as those that he was against the deep state. This is why they went to crazy lengths with what I believe was a Kabuki Theater false flag pretend assassination attempt. I really do believe that, to demonize him, to go after him and try to put him in jail, you know, to try to prosecute him, all these things, right? Because he was the guy, the outsider, who was going to take on the deep state, and he was going to expose those pedophiles and those in our country and throughout the world that were using children as currency. But now it's plainly obvious to everybody out there that he's part of the cover-up, that he's one of them, or at the very least, he's protecting them. So that should crush his world, and that really should make sure that this waking up, we have to wake up and realize that it's been done on the other side too as well. And we can't play partisan politics. We can't coalesce around right-wing or left-wing ideas. We have to find compromise no matter what. And this should be a moment of like, hey, man, these sick fucks, these Satan-worshiping, child-eating, adrenochrome fucking shooting cocksuckers need to go. And we need to start fighting about our petty differences and go after them and get rid of them.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think there's a lot of them are trying to hold on to this, you know, Trump's the unique bad apple, and then the other side is trying to protect, you know, Trump and say, hey, these other people, and go out the other side. It's going to be hard. It's going to be harder and harder for them to hold on to that when the world is waking up and saying, we can see you're all in on it. So the language is important. They can only get away with that language for so much. At some point, it's calling out all of the bullshit, and their language is going to have to change if they want their constituents to take them seriously. They're going to have to start, you know, kind of attacking with more broader strokes than just, you know, focusing in on, oh, it's the party of, you know, Trump, or it's the party of the Dems. Like, they're going to have to start recognizing that there's more going on there. And so I like that Thomas Massie gets to get that recognition now, because he's obviously somebody who has been on the Trump side. He's one of the biggest vocal people that are calling it out, the whole thing. So here's the first, this is a little funny moment. You guys know Pam Bondi went in there just ready to attack, ready to just be angry, not answer any questions. It was kind of embarrassing.
Or was that Trump with a wig?
That's what people are saying. Yeah, Trump with a wig. But I'd say she's even more, like, I would say, out of control than Trump. Keeps his cool. He knows how to make little jokes. He knows how to do little fake outs, changes the subject. When Pam Bondi tries to change the subject, she doesn't do. She still needs to take some lessons from Trump. She doesn't know how to do that. She looks like Karen. She's insane when she goes all. But here's a little interaction with her and Thomas Massie. I thought this was a good one.
Then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time. Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
And we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician. You need to get on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None.
So that was the first. Then here's a follow up to that. This one's even more insane.
Ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years. Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
So you can see she's kind of all over the place. There's a lot of people that got to take a stab at her. But before I play some more here, do you think anything going on here that looks like it's a giveaway? I mean, the fact that what you just said, Craig, about Thomas Massie, he's doing the thing that you said people aren't doing. He's doing it. He's saying this is a problem that spans multiple presidencies, and you are guilty of the most current one.
Absolutely.
So this is exactly what we need to hear. It's hard to argue.
I mean, in this particular situation, he seems like the only honest player, one of the only honest players in a kabuki theater, a circle of kabuki theater. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been out there before, I think in the past, and he's called out the Clintons and whatnot. I don't know if Roe's done that. And like I said, I'm fearful that this is going to move into a partisan issue. Like I said, this whole this is only half the paperwork that they had. But anything that they had that was really valuable, you know what I'm saying, has been scrubbed, removed, hidden, gone, destroyed. So, I mean, like I said, we're never going to get the real meat and potatoes. This spans decades of collecting all this stuff.
But you're seeing that you're afraid it's going to move into party politics.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, it's already been in. In party politics, it's only got one way.
It's going to go. It's going to go further into that, right?
I don't think. No, I do not think.
You have Bill and Hillary Clinton were set to testify. So you know what I'm saying? I mean,
the more that comes out, the more that's exposed, the more that people are seeing that it's both parties.
Was Gavin Newsom exposed for anything?
Gavin Newsom's looking into the redactions right now. He's doing his homework.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't exposed. None of his connections were exposed, and that guy goes all the way to the top. His relationship with the Pricksters, and people can't put it together, are evident. So it's not who they did expose in this whole situation; it's who they didn't expose, which they're going to use to play team sports with in the future, right? You know what I'm saying? I saw a tweet, a meme. Somebody said, "Guess who wasn't in the Epstein files?" And it was Barack Obama winking and pointing the finger. So I'm just saying it's going to be, like I said, they're going to use the information they can, and what they want to hyper focus on will be where they're trying to push us. So,
sure, but I do think the more that comes out, I mean, you're focusing on the stuff we're not seeing. I'm saying the stuff we are seeing is opening people's eyes. You can't put the curtain back once you see what's behind it. I'm saying it's going to be harder for them to play the party politics now that we see that they're all being implicated, and this spans decades and decades of.
I wish I would see that relationship, that type of rhetoric, a little bit more online. You know, there's only still a small group. You know, unfortunately, the majority of people in the conservative MAGA base still their number one issue is immigration. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like they're still like cheering on Donald Trump for that kind of stuff on a regular basis at elections, and they, you know, that kind of thing. That, you know, unfortunately, not enough people. I think in his base do care about this. You know, the ones that have split in the MAGA base away from this, I don't know if they're the dominant part of it. So, you know.
Sure. Okay. So one of the, and here's the thing, in real time, as we're discussing this, you know, there's 3 million files to go through. So the people that are doing that work and going through every single one, there's new stuff being discovered that maybe you have to question, did they let this slip through the cracks? Or did they not think we would understand what it meant? Did they not think, again, this goes back to my theory that
or what's the other or?
Do they not think that we were able to do anything with it, or that we had enough information?
Or they're putting it out there because they want us to believe something that might, once again, they're using it for narrative management.
Okay.
They're trying to push us. They're using it to dupe us, maybe. That's what I'm saying.
Let's go with this one. This is a very important reveal, because this is, on the surface, it would just look like a dumb little exchange that happened, as they're kind of mocking people in our country. But this is telling a lot about the programming, as they're kind of talking down to us. This is the CEO of Barclays. He's laughing together with Epstein in an email that the masses are busy with circuses, and this is the bread and circuses we talk about. We don't have that so much in our lexicon as much. I don't hear people talk about bread and circuses. This is something I think other countries are a little more tuned into. They're a little more aware of how propaganda works and how distractions work. We don't know that. We think that they're honest actors that are helping us with our protests, i.e. Black Lives Matter. We thought, oh yeah, that's great that the NBA went and put logos on their backs, and this is a top-down movement. That's good. No, top-down movements are always bad, and people in other countries recognize that. So what were they joking about? Well, they were joking about this. This is in 2014. This is where he says, you want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip blacks in hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z, and they should have added P. Diddy as well, because that was also. But this is during when a group in Sao Paulo got so crazy affected by their housing crisis, they took to the street. They weren't distracted by hip hop bling bling at the time. They understood we need to do something about this, and so they're mocking the fact that Americans think that they don't fully understand when it's time to revolt, when it's time to take to the streets, and they're easily controlled by the entertainment mechanism of the Jay-Z and P. Diddy Super Bowl machine. And that's what they're doing. And this is the old quote, give them bread and circuses and they'll never revolt. So this is the playbook. So again, a document like this isn't going to, obviously not going to incriminate anyone, go to jail, but it gives us something to understand the functionality behind the scenes as far as, and then how we need to go back and look at what were we doing in 2014? What the hell were we doing 2 years into Obama's presidency after he kicked 5.4 million people out of their houses? People here were not in the streets. People that were homeless, they were in the streets, but were they understanding that they had an ability? If they wanted to, they could have actually done something about this, at least what they did in Sao Paulo in 2014. So this is just how we're wired. They understand that's the wiring, and they're mocking us behind our backs. I think that's an important discussion talking point that came out in these files.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, we agree on that.
Okay.
We agree on that.
Got it.
We agree on that. Yeah, and Jay's gonna come in here in a few minutes here, but I'm gonna this other one came up I don't know if you saw this one about the acid. Oh God, this is horrible. This is absolutely okay. Where did it go? Hold on. I'm gonna grab it here. Yeah, I just don't know, Craig, how these guys can go through, like you said, there's like 6 million files. They gave us half of them, and out of that half, they redacted so much stuff. Who went through these files and made the decisions? How long did that process take? Did they use AI?
That's what I'm saying. They used AI.
How did they do this? But AI is going to make mistakes. So who said, you know what? We've done enough homework. We've done enough legwork. I just think there's a lot of ego involved, because I mean, I guess somebody blanked this one out, but this is important information. This might change the conversation. It's not going to put anyone in jail, but it tells us a whole lot. It tells us that on December 6, 2018, the very day, this is the official day. According to this email, we know this by police records, the FBI in New York initiated the case. The child sex trafficking case was initiated on this date in 2018. Now, why is this date important? Because if you go to this next file, you'll notice the exact same date was the date that what happened? It looks like that Epstein ordered about 330 gallons sulfuric acid the exact same day that the child sex trafficking FBI case was launched. What would he need the sulfuric acid for? What would it be used for? Why are you ordering that the very day that you know an investigation is starting on you? So this is how bad this is. What is he doing with this? I'm asking it kind of, not literally. We don't have to say it literally, but you have to dispose of evidence. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And what better way to dispose of human remains, or humans that aren't remained yet, whatever the remains are, than by that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
look, if you saw his, once again, I think you did it in your segment too as well in Iran, when you showed that temple, you saw what Little James Island was all about. Nothing, would surprise you at this point. You'd say, okay, he's buying acid to go burn off all the bones and melt everything, because he got little children all over the place. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of talk about the Clinton Foundation, what they did in Haiti, and we talk about child sacrifice and whatnot. Some people believe it's alien food. Some people believe it's about adrenochrome. There's many conspiracies and beliefs, but there definitely seems to be something going on. That's for sure.
Let me ask you before we bring in Jay here.
Sure.
Craig, do you think what do you think the chances that Jeffrey Epstein is alive and well in Tel Aviv?
I think the chances are good. You know what I'm saying? Live or dead. I don't know. If people found out for sure that he was alive, they'd have him killed before he could do anything. But I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me either way.
Israel's the great place to be protected.
Yeah. I thought he would be in Saudi Arabia, to be honest with you.
No, he
had a passport to Saudi Arabia at one point, and he was close with Mohammed bin Salman, right? So maybe I thought that he would be hanging out there because he'd always have the thing on and the glasses, and maybe he's just vacationing in Israel. Who knows? So,
well, we've seen the paper trail with his account that he runs. What's that account called again? He has the gamer account, and the
Fortnite you talked about.
The Fortnite account tracks directly to Tel Aviv. That's
Tel Aviv?
Yeah, exactly where it's tracked to. This picture also checks out. Looks like the name of the street he was spotted on.
Rothschild's Boulevard, huh?
Yeah, which is, you could say a weird coincidence. You could say just odd, right? But not so odd if you go and you type in, I don't know, try Epstein Street, see what comes up. Oh, look at this. How many Epstein Streets exist in Israel alone? Look at that. A couple of them in the first one in Tel Aviv. So, of course, if there's going to be Epstein Streets, of course, there's Rothschild Streets as well. So that's what you got. I don't know why you would think he'd be in Saudi Arabia, though.
He had a passport in Saudi Arabia, and he had Mohammed bin Salman hanging on the wall. So there might be a connection with elites in Saudi Arabia and Israel. He can be going back and forth for all we know. But there was a relationship there with him and Saudi princes. Like I said, on Epstein Island, there was a picture of Mohammed bin Salman on his wall. And when he got caught with that passport, he had residency in Saudi Arabia, I believe. It was a Saudi Arabian passport, or Australia and Saudi Arabia. I can't remember. It was a long time ago when I looked at that work, but he did have connections and ties through passports through Saudi Arabia. That's why.
Well, we said on the show, I think we all agree that, there's a good chance he's alive. We can't say 100% sure, but if he is, I say certainly in Tel Aviv. That's where he's being protected, but not more than protected. He might be still conducting business from there. And then this weird thing dropped. This is very bizarre. Megyn Kelly has not been honest at all. She's been a deflector.
When she flips out,
she has been a total deflector, defending child rape. She's been defending there's different kinds of rapists, and let's go easy on the ones that are only doing it to 16-year-olds versus 12. And she's just doing every sort of deflection possible. She also mocked what's her name on CNN, who I believe Trump didn't want to answer a question and said you should smile, but she was asking about the victims, the survivors. And Megyn Kelly did a little moment with JD Vance where it was like, yeah, that's pretty funny when he called that out. It's like, it was Caitlin Collins. Caitlin Collins was asking a serious question. You choose that moment to say you should be smiling, honey. Come on, toots. You should put a smile on. And then Megyn Kelly's like, oh yeah, my old dude at Fox, Roger Ailes, he used to tell me to smile, as he said, to hike up your skirt, toots. So she's mocking all of this. Yet she decides this is a moment to tell us her opinion about whether Epstein is alive. And this comes out of nowhere. I do not know what this is, what she's doing or what she's suggesting. But yeah, this is a shocker.
I can tell you for a fact, we're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Epstein in the coming year. And you may be even hearing from him directly. More on that as I'm allowed to tell you.
What the F? I mean, this is, yeah. That's a brain scratcher. Yeah. That's a brain.
By the way, I did look up. He did have a Saudi Arabian passport at one point. That's why I thought maybe he was in Saudi Arabia. And the picture with him and Mohammed bin Salman.
Yeah.
That's why I thought maybe he could have been there too as well. And just going back and forth between Saudi Arabia and Israel. You never know.
He goes to Israel to play Fortnite, and then he goes to Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia to hang out. And who knows? I don't know. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if he's being protected and he's still alive. There were talks that they smuggled him out of that the jail cell, right? You know, they faked his death. They lost time. They lost the whole, a whole segment of the videotape, watch the cell. So I mean, it's just nothing would surprise me at this point, Yeah.
All right. Well, moving on, guys. Let's go ahead. We got some more Epstein to get into. We got a lot of stuff we're going to get into today, guys. So welcome if you're just joining us on The Homeless Left. I'm here with Craig Pasta JARDULA. I'm Matt Weinglass. The non-tribal approach to news. The Homeless Left. THL presents on YouTube. Let's keep the party going here. Please welcome back to the show our other co-host for today. You know me, love him, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? As you can see, well, I don't know how well you can see, but I got on the Epstein shirt today. Got a whole map. I'm connecting the dots on all the different connections to Epstein. So I had to make sure I came, dressed with the right attire for the show. Craig, you trying to compete with me on the glasses, man? You got some shades on today. Well, I got the old school oval frames over here. Okay, what's that?
That's an MF Doom Jalen Brunson shirt. Look at that.
Okay.
With the orange shades. I said, Jay Scott's cut. I'm going to be here with Jay Scott. Let me look Jay Scottish.
There you go. We got to have the Homeless Left fashion show, man, coming soon. So, there we go.
That's good. That's good, guys. I feel a little underdressed, at least, not doing anything too creative today. But I had my Resist t-shirt on when I was interviewing Colonel Anthony Aguilar on Tuesday. Nice. So that was cool. Show him a little resistance because we got a resistance movement going, fighting the oligarchy, fighting the uniparty. That's what we're all doing here.
I should have worn my Green Party shirt last show, man.
Oh,
I had the Stein 2024 shirt. That would have been good for the last episode, but I was in a rush. Couldn't really plan it out properly. So
I'm going to bust out my Diane Sarah 2024 shirt soon.
Yeah. That should be good, man. I'm excited about her campaign too. Hopefully she can find a way, on the debate stage. That would be classic, if we could get her on a debate stage with some Republicans and Democrats. So fingers crossed there.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's get back to the Bondi debacle, shall we? We covered a little bit earlier, but Jay, this is one I think this is a good one to start with here. This is just Bondi's, and she did this to herself. She didn't she came in this character. Like some people are saying, yes, it seems that she was taking after Trump with these theatrics, with these curveballs, with this overly emotional state attack, deflect. I don't think she's as good at it as Trump is. I think she needs a few more lessons. But let's see this opening. This is where she is literally telling us that look at the Dow Jones, man. Don't look at Epstein. Look at the Dow. Why is everybody laughing? All right, here we go.
Sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. All they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Yeah, so I don't know. I think Trump could have sold that a little better.
You see, Trump is smooth at least. You know,
Yeah.
you get the
but that's his
feeling.
talking point.
Yeah, like she has to.
He has
check
to
her
own that
cards.
shit. She's just
Exactly.
repeating him.
She's checking her cards to try to figure out how to be funny. Like, come on, man. You can't just check your cue cards, as the middle of your zinger, in the middle of your zinger. But I mean, at the end of the day, at first I thought I listened to it and I thought she was trying to distract from what's going on with Epstein, but maybe she is actually, sending a message right here, because if you look at the connection between Fortune 500 company CEOs and the Epstein list, there is a pretty big overlap there. So maybe she's saying, if I actually prosecute these guys, the market's going to tank, guys, because all of our executives and CEOs of these Fortune 500 companies are on the list. So maybe she's actually telling us the truth in a way without accidentally telling us the truth, I guess you could say. So doing it without realizing what she's doing.
So the part she's missing is you don't just get the script of Trump. You have to understand how important presentation is. Just because you have the talking point, presentation, as any actor knows, the way you present, the way you sell it, that's not how to sell it. Trump, it's the greatest. The Dow's the greatest, ever, but best. But she's like, guys, why are you laughing? Come on, I'm trying to deliver these lines. What's wrong with you? So she becomes the person unhinged that isn't able to rise above, these questions that she came there not to answer. She needs to do a better job at it. I want to get to Lou, because Craig, you mentioned him earlier, somebody who tends to play party politics. In this case, I don't know. We can say it's party politics or not, but he certainly does I think he does an excellent job here at calling out Bondi here, and the lying. Here's the first clip from Lou.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman,
that
please
those
stop the
files
clock.
be
My time. Stop
signed,
the clock.
legislation. This is
Time.
this
I'd like
is
to reclaim
ridiculous.
my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a deflection, and then this is the lying under oath that he's accusing her of, and I believe there's some merit to that.
You just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his state.
You can't just
Madam
ad
Attorney
lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order.
Hey, yep. Well, we getting to the bottom of it, or we're just playing party politics? I know, Pasta, you're saying it's just because he's focusing on Trump. That's the okay thing to do when you're in his camp. But you know, again, you throw up Massey in there. We saw earlier. He's saying they're all in on it. It's been every administration. You're just the latest one up, and you know, we got you in a corner. She was waving her arms and attacking everybody. We have a few more examples here, but I don't know if you want to, Craig, you want to chime in on that one, or?
No, I just, like I said, for Massey's situation, he was going after Les Wexner, right?
Yeah.
And that's somebody that if you spend any time, a very little amount of time, like I said, if it's not so much what's going to come out in these drops, which would be half as damaging as the majority of the people, which I think we're starting to get there, understanding where Jeffrey Epstein came from, right? If you just go back to when he was 16 years old to 18 years old, and all of a sudden getting these jobs, whether it be from Donald Barr, William Barr's, father, and then going on the Wall Street, and then Lex Wexner just handing over the keys to everything he had, that will kind of explain that there's this government within a government, there's this elite within all of us, and that's what people will start to understand as they look into all this, right? Those are the things that cannot be denied, that are in black and white. A lot of these things will be confusing, and it is kind of partisan when you see Ted Lieu go directly after Donald Trump, right? Rather than go after people in his own party or anybody implicated. So, like I said, they are playing the partisan part of this situation, and I do feel like this is a giant cheap hurting operation at this point, because it's been decades they've been holding on to all this stuff, and any valuable stuff is gone. So, here goes Ted Lieu playing he always plays partisan politics, this guy. So, I mean,
exactly. And to add to what, Craig is saying, like Pam Bondi did actually make a good point, like in that first clip we played, that while Biden was president, all of them were silent. Like they didn't actually say anything about it and bring it up as Biden was president. And now that Trump's in office, they're trying to use it as a political weapon against him. But there was a Democratic representative, the lady from the Virgin Islands, who was texting Jeffrey Epstein in the middle of the hearing. And I don't really hear too much outrage from the Democratic Party about her. I don't hear them really drawing too much attention to Bill Clinton. I don't hear them talking about the people who were donating to the Democratic Party. So, again, I'm all in favor of holding Trump accountable. If, he's guilty of anything, I'm in favor of holding everyone accountable. But if you're the Democratic Party and you hear that there are people within your own party who are directly implicated, in order for me to take you seriously, I have to hear you speak about them in addition to the other people you're calling out too. And, they're just sticking to one side and trying to make this all about Trump. So, I do agree they're trying to, throw Trump under the bus for something that they're all guilty of. So,
and in all fairness too, Matt, real quickly, I just want to say too, Donald Trump did campaign in bringing this whole thing down. The house of cards, right? And now I think the biggest sin, the biggest problem he has is not even so much the implications in these files. It's the fact that people look at him as either an elite or covering for the elite, covering for the Epstein class. That's his big sin right now. He's part of the cover-up. He's not what we thought he was. He wasn't the outsider taking on the deep state. He is the deep state. And you can see that the way this whole thing has been rolled out, and it's just... It's a shame. He did campaign on this, though, so he kind of does have to take the heat for it because he did. Remember all the kids with the binders out there and the Epstein thing? And I mean, come on.
that was what that exactly why he was chosen to be the guy that ushers in this theater piece that was supposed to protect everyone. I don't think it's going as planned for him because I do think there's this extra push, this nudge, as we say the word nudge, because Netanyahu likes to nudge people to do things. Well, he likes to nudge Elon about Twitter. I think he likes to nudge Trump about Iran. And I think there's different techniques in nudging. So he might be not getting what he signed up for, which is a little more scrutiny, a little more items being revealed that weren't part of the deal. You weren't supposed to reveal all of this stuff. That was what he had signed up. So that's what I think it might be, a little bait and switch on his ass, a little switcheroo, as they say. And he has to deal with it. So he has to go yeah.
If you had read between the lines, though, it's really not that much of a surprise because I remember him being in an interview. I think it was with 60 Minutes or something like that. And they were asking him about declassifying documents. They said, would you declassify the 9/11 files? He was like, yep. He was like, all right, will you declassify the JFK files? He was like, of course. Yes. Will you declassify the Epstein files? Well, we don't want to embarrass anybody, and there's a lot of people named in that. So, like if you had really watched his reaction to that question, then anybody who studies how politicians work, over-promising and under-delivering, would have known that he's not even really trying to overpromise that much. Like on it, when you really press him on it, he talks about that issue completely differently. So, in my opinion, this was easily predictable and just follow the money. The Rothschilds bailed him out in the 90s. So,
He also when in 2015, when he was running too as well, when he started talking about Hillary Clinton, he started talking about Bill Clinton, and he's the one who mentioned that Bill Clinton was going to have problems with the Epstein files. Why would you bring that up if it's going to incriminate you? Right? If you knew that it was going to lead back to you, I mean, I know a lot of these things might be exaggerated. His business relationship or his whatever he did with Jeffrey Epstein, right? He didn't fly to Africa with Jeffrey Epstein to go on this mission. Who knows what they were doing over there with I believe it was Chris Tucker, and who else was on it? And Kevin Spacey was on that.
That was right when Chris Tucker disappeared. After that trip, Chris Tucker just disappeared from Hollywood for a couple of years. I remember that.
But he did mention it, so that's why I think there's so much kabuki theater going on. Because why would he even mention it? Because he knew there'd be pictures, he knew there'd be videos, he knew that there would be some type of flack leading back to him. I mean, you could say that he threw out. He could say that he threw out Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, but Virginia Giuffre, probably the most famous witness and all the victims and all this thing going on, she was recruited out of Mar-a-Lago when she was 15, 16 years old. You have to understand that's going to come back to you. So why would he mention this? That's the thing that makes
the same reason Alan Dershowitz. I'm saying the same reason Alan Dershowitz, Bill and Hillary Clinton currently have the same language. This is part of the deflection. It's I'm for everything coming out. I don't know. And that's because they believe in the protection they have. So they're going to belt it at the top of their lungs, knowing that it'll look really good to do that. And they have that protection, but that makes them 100% dependent on that protection, which Bill and Hillary and Alan Dershowitz, I mentioned them because they've all recently said, let's see everything.
But he wasn't even questioned about Epstein when he first mentioned it in 2015. He's the one who brought it up
because he knew that his voters, his followers they're the ones going out to see Sound of Freedom. They're the ones being called QAnon, Pizzagate. He knew they were the ones that were being called these names and that they needed somebody to believe in the champion, that truth was going to get exposed. So he had to get in front of it. And
I can tell you why.
That sounds more logical.
But here's the thing. That was one of the things that really inspired his cult following. Because if you actually talk to a lot of the MAGA supporters, that's one of the main things they talk about. The government is ran by Democratic pedophiles, and Trump is the one, who's going to fight them. That was one of their main, rallying calls, this whole time. So that's what he used to separate himself, to paint himself as the hero. And, it's all about using offense as the best defense. And, you see Elon Musk doing the exact same thing right now. He's one of the loudest ones saying, oh, yeah, I wasn't involved in it. I want everything to come out. And then you get the emails being exposed that he was desperate to go to the wildest parties on Epstein Island. And then you see pictures of him, at dinner with Epstein, Peter Thiel, Zuckerberg, like the round table of evil, like it's nothing. So,
all right. So we got a few more to play here, but I'm going to skip to this. This one's very, very important, and I just want to get this one in. Becca Ballant. Now, there was this I guess incident when she's in the line of questioning where Pam Bondi pivots to what is the drum roll? What is the attack? Anti-Semitic. That's the attack she went with. And this was not the person to do it to. And I think that something bigger might be happening here as a result of this completely uncalled for attack, which I think is actually helping the movement, the pro-Palestine movement overall. But I'll explain. But let's watch the attack first. And then I want to show Becca's response to it after, which is also important. So here we go.
Epstein, not once when he was
weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
he is
Jewish. I just want to be clear. Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
And so she was asked about it in the hallway afterwards, and she's still fuming about it, and she should be, because there's something bigger going on than her personally getting insulted. I think that she's maybe starting to understand there's a larger problem here with this horrible deflection that has happened. She's not the first one to be on the receiving end of this.
Things got pretty spicy in there.
They got a little spicy.
Can you tell us what happened?
So a couple things. One, the Attorney General did not come to answer questions. What she came to do was just hurl insults at all of us. And she went so far in accusing me of anti-Semitism when my own grandfather was killed in a concentration camp. That's how low she sunk. And everybody saw what she's about. She is about not ever admitting that she's wrong or a mistake. She's training at the knee of Donald Trump. And it was actually really embarrassing what happened in there.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Of course. You're welcome. Thank you.
Could this be an eye-opening moment for not for people in positions of power, but for public watching this, understanding that there is a mechanism in place to use anti-Semitism as an attack? If somebody that maybe didn't think about it before, when it was happening to UCLA students, when it was happening to people that aren't in power, but when you see it happening to people in power who respond this way, are we understanding now that this is not obviously not legit and not sincere? And is there anything that can come out of this, I guess, is what my question
yes. And it leads to more of your theory, Matt, that even in the midst of the Epstein files themselves, you still got to throw shout outs to the boss and let them know that who they're being protecting. I'm like, you can tell the fact that she's like, and then in this anti-Semitic world to a Jewish woman, right? Like, no matter what, you got to send a wink to the boss, like, we got your back. We know who's still calling the shots, that we still have to play at that level, right? I think a lot of people go, you can just tell who the boss is, because here goes Pam Bondi calling somebody anti-Semitic. Who is this administration protecting? Who they've been protecting? Beautiful Israel.
Yep.
They're in the middle of talking about a sex trafficking ring. And yes, she decides to take criticism of that as anti-Semitism. So it's a really telling moment. And just so everyone knows, the bill that Pam Bondi was responding to was actually a resolution that was supposed to condemn the phrase "from the river to the sea" as anti-Semitic. And all that phrase means, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, is that Palestinians should have equal rights in their country, which does go from the sea to, I forget which river it was, the Euphrates or whatever it is. So at the end of the day, they're not calling for any genocide. They're not saying anything against someone else. They're just
resolution.
We
fucking resolution. It's virtue signaling in Congress.
Exactly. You didn't go along with our virtue signaling, so you are anti-Semitic. And what does that have to do with the topic at hand? I mean, she's kind of giving it away. And again, like, I still believe now more than ever, as this Catholic Jewish thing is heating up and they're going at each other, that they're really the front men, and Israel is about to get thrown under the bus. That's my opinion. But
they're going way out of their way to make sure Israel gets blamed for everything. That's just too, even the Venezuelan thing, right? Like, where they got it wrong, where Venezuela wasn't giving oil directly to Israel. It was the American company that was taking it and then brokering it off to Israel, right? They still had to make sure that they were out there. Venezuela, Israel gets Venezuela oil. Oh, so that's what Venezuela is about. Not that the West and the elites are going to make a shit ton of money off this too, right? They're walking hand in hand as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah, but that was more beyond the oil. That was about the getting Israel's back, and we know that Chavez and Maduro have been completely anti-Zionist, and they need to have that change up, and that's why Israel was absolutely pushing, or we could say nudging to do the kidnapping with Maduro.
But they left the Chavista in charge, and the Chavistas are anti-Zionist. So Delcy Rodriguez is anti-Zionist too as well. So I don't know, Matt. I don't want to, not because you're my friend, not because the Knicks beat the Lakers, but because honestly, we don't know 100%, right? Who's zooming who, but it seems like to me that they're going out of the way to make sure that the majority of people feel that Israel is the one to blame in this.
No,
taking
Greg,
some
they're
of the
not
blame
going out of their way.
The other people involved.
They're not going
people
out
who
of their
are
way.
the Babylonians, right?
They're going out of their way to not make it look like that, but it's so hard. It's like the hardest job. I would never want that job for $1 million, trillion, quadrillion dollars, as Elon would say. I would never want that job. Because
that's anti-Semitic.
It's impossible to defend this. Like, this is what's coming apart at the seams. They're not pushing Israel's the problem on us. We're seeing it because it's so effing obvious, and it's not this. You see every Israel flag that they have to stand behind at all costs, because you're sweating bullets if you don't. Apex is ousting you. You know that there's going to be problems. Look what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think that's part, unless you're saying that was part of the theater, was let's show what happens, wink, wink, when somebody stands up to Israel. We're going to pretend that they get death threats and that they're driven out of their office. Is that what you're suggesting, Craig? That Marjorie Taylor Greene went through the motions of showing us, as you said, they have to show it to us? Was that part of the show?
Don't sleep on it. Marjorie Taylor Greene could be the elite's choice for the third party girl right now, right? So they still have it in control. This could all be kabuki theater. I don't think so. I'm hoping it's not. I like the Georgia Congresswoman, the other one, Cynthia McKinney. I hope she's following the same footsteps, but who knows? She might be a plant.
I want to believe MTG's heart is in the right place, and the truth is she doesn't have to be in on it. Because just go back to The Godfather. Think about it, right? Remember the Tataligas? They were the ones who were blamed for trying to push the drugs, but it wasn't actually them. It was like the guy who was sitting at the head of the table who was pushing the drugs, and he was just using them as the front men. So
I always
at the end of the day,
was involved, but I didn't know to this day that it was Barzini.
Exactly my point. So Barzini is still going to protect the Tataligas, right? He's still going to do his best to make sure that their family is strong. They have what they need to push, what they need to get done. So at the end of the day, are they in on it? Yes, the Taligas are in on it, but it was the Barzini, who was calling the shots at the end of the day, and he was the one who gave the okay. So think about it in Godfather terms. So that doesn't mean that people who were pushing back are in on it, because clearly Sonny wasn't in on it. He was going after who he thought was the one doing it. MTG is going after who she sees as the front men for the organization. Doesn't mean that she's secretly working for the Barzini family.
Just like they knew it was not Joey Zaza. Michael Coliano. Joey Zaza couldn't pull this off. He's just an enforcer.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, look, I'll say this. We won't know 100% sure who's pulling the strings. Who does Pam Bondi have to check in with? Who's ultimately the one behind the curtain calling the shots? But we do know, what we know for sure is that she looks oddly suspicious, pretending these words are coming directly from her mouth, and she's falling apart, self-destructing. And it reminds me of an old film from the early 90s called The Truman Show. Check this out.
Of this new Mococo drink. All natural cocoa beans from the upper slopes of Mountain Nicaragua. No artificial sweeteners.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
And there you go. It's The Truman Show, guys. And they had it right. That was 1993. They got it right. And we weren't paying attention back then, but here we are.
Yeah. But before we move on to the next segment, did you see that other clip I sent you though, Matt? With Pam Bondi, essentially getting ready to blackmail Jayapal. Did you see that?
Did you put that in the doc? Because I didn't see that
in the doc. Yeah,
Is
yeah.
it on the
It's right after it.
It's in the doc.
Bondi picking up where Epstein left off. Before
yes.
the Truman Show.
Bondi picking up.
Come on, Matt. If it's in the doc, Matt.
I did. You know what? I got it.
Doc.
I got it right here.
I think that one's important. That one's important.
This one is important. And now that we have our Truman Show visual to go along with it, it's starting to make sense. What's going on behind the scenes? It looks like somebody caught a shot of what they weren't supposed to see. Here we go.
Another photograph for you to take a look at. These are notes that the Attorney General brought to the hearing today. Okay, it was captured by a photographer who was in the room. And this shows a list of Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, you saw her in some of those clips, of her search history. And this, of course, lawmakers are allowed now to go to a DOJ facility, to sit down at a computer, and to search unredacted files. We have learned from this photo that the searches that members of Congress are performing are apparently being tracked and then read by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General. What do you make of that development?
Well, it's a surveillance of Congress by the Trump administration. It's wholly improper.
So can I ask you, Pasta, is that something they wanted us to see?
It could be, and I can tell you why. They're trying to take the temperature of where they feel a lot of the conservative base and the MAGA base, how they feel about the same thing that they were once screaming about the Constitution and what they did to Donald Trump. Remember, he was the most spied on, looked at, peeked upon president of all times. It was a crime committed, and all these conservatives were screaming about the Constitution. But now it's done on the other shoe. And what we've seen is that instead of saying we're going to stand on our principles, something that you talk about all the time, they don't necessarily stand on their principles. There's always a breaking point to how much bullshit of their principles or how much bullshit they'll put up with before they say, you know what, that's going too far. But we see the same thing, right? The infringement on speech, the censorship. In this particular situation, the Trump administration doing it at the behest of Israel, right? But it's the same type of actions. And instead of people standing on their principles on the conservative side, they play team sports and they allow it. Just the way they allow ICE to operate. In other words, it's okay to break the law to uphold the law as long as it's your side who's doing it, because they're doing it for the greater good and the benefit of society. And that's why they'll be okay. They might be taking a temperature on that, Yeah. The ruling class is always trying to figure out where the people are moving and how they're meeting. The social engineers will get involved. And that's why I'm saying this whole situation with these drops, the waters have been so muddied at this fucking point, we don't know what to think. I think it was CIA Director Woolsey who said it, where he says when the public have no idea what to believe in, what to think, or where to go, then our operation is going to be complete. And that's how I feel sometimes. I don't know what to believe or what to think or which way to go. What is true? What is false? What are they looking at? What do they want to do? But I don't foresee a lot of MAGA folk going, that was wrong. She shouldn't have done that. No, they go, well, they did it to Donald Trump.
It could be an intimidation tactic, too, on top of that, right? Because think about it, right? If Jayapal is in there asking about the Republican connections, she could say, well, hey, I see in your search history that you searched for Bill Clinton in these files. Why aren't you bringing him up? Why aren't you asking me about him? Or it could go the other way. Like, we see that you're going through all these files, but you're not searching for Bill Clinton and you're not searching for these Democratic donors. Why? Are you trying to protect them? Like, what's going on? So, you know, like your search history, what you're looking for and what you're intentionally avoiding could tell people something, you know, about what's going on. And then again, you know, it could be intimidation, you know, in the sense that for anyone out there who's thinking about pushing back, well, do you want us to look into your search history? Because we can pull it up like for all your browsers, not just what's happening in the Library of Congress. They can easily go get a warrant and get the search history for anyone challenging the government. So it could be intimidation too.
It could be, but I think it's a slip because, like you said, they could do this to anyone anyway. So it's not like, oh, we didn't know that technology existed. But the fact it's in notes, those are notes that you bring to game day, right? So this is it's a game, right? So you were able to spy on the other team and put a camera in their locker room. Having that information is going to be way more helpful if the people don't know that you had the camera in the locker room, even though you have the ability to do it, right? So we know the technology exists. But the fact that you have it in your notes, that's leverage. I think she has less leverage now than she would have if we didn't see that. Because that's great leverage when you can be like, hey, why aren't you asking about this? Or why did you do? And you know something that they don't know that you know. Well, now we all know. But anyways, now it could be used as intimidation. Maybe that's the fallback now that we know. Now you can intimidate.
I think that the ruling class in this whole situation put ICE patrolmen on the streets with 47 days of training because they knew they would just fuck up so badly. It's, you know, there's an old saying in the restaurant business, you hire smart, you train hard, you manage easy, right? Yeah. Well, they did the opposite. They hired stupid on purpose. They trained easy. And that, right, you hire smart, train hard, manage easy. Now they're managing. It's ridiculous. And there's all this chaos that's going on. And it's almost by design, you know what I'm saying, that they do this stuff. And it wouldn't surprise me, you know, because Bondi, this was a piss poor performance. Like, you know, she knew exactly what she was going to walk into. And, you know, if you given me the opportunity to say, okay, you play this role of Pam Bondi and these people are going to come after you, I would have had way more sophisticated things to say. And I would have probably only need 1 or 2 days to train to get ready for it. This wasn't a hard task. You know what I'm saying? But her talking points are stupid. And it's almost like they put these stupid people out there on purpose, you know, because the stupid people attract stupid supporters. And that's what we got right now. A bunch of uninformed, low-informed voters that are standing behind people that are really dumb, you know, that don't belong. I mean, we know and they would say, well, what about the last administration? Yeah, we spent all this time making fun of Jean Karine Abdul-Pierre, whatever her name was, you know, how awful she was. Like, she didn't even take the time to lie properly. So it's not like we're endorsing them, but they're still playing this game. Somebody said on my Twitter today, as I said, and I literally put down really quickly, I said, it's crazy. It's quite amusing to watch all the MAGA supporters trying to distance themselves from the lack of transparency surrounding the Epstein files saga involving Pam Bondi, as if they aren't realizing that this is exactly what they voted for, right? You know what I'm saying? They're still in this fucking mentality all of a sudden of defending her. And she's probably one of the fucking dumbest fucking attorney generals of all time. I mean, she's just ridiculous. And they keep moving in this direction. It's like at a 5th grade level, a 6th grade level, you know, a 5th grade level, 4th. They keep going down. And they're doing this on purpose right now. They're dumbing us down as a nation.
There's a noticeable difference, I would say, for sure. If you look at, you know, who we had representing us even 10 years ago versus today, there is definitely a noticeable difference. The bar is getting lowered. And, you know, my question is, if Pam Bondi goes, who are they going to put there, you know, to replace her? Because in that position, they need someone who's loyal. And I don't know how many people are going to be able to take that position and defend Trump, who are actually good at their job. So the bar could just continue getting lower and lower. So
you need a smart sociopath, and they don't have that right now. It looks like they have dumb sociopaths like Stephen Miller, fucking Kristi Noem, and this fucking idiot over here, Pam Bondi, and Caroline Leavitt, which they're interchangeable idiots right now. You know what I'm saying? and it's just the tactics. You know what I'm saying? They would stick, Karine Jean-Pierre would stick to her talking points. Were so dumb, they're awful. These people like yell at you like they're fucking 6 years old. What are you corrupt asshole? Why do you ever do this? This is ridiculous. Why are you talking about the Dow? You'll do anything to distract from Donald Trump's greatness. What are you, fucking 12?
No, they're trying. They are trying to do the Trump thing, and they can't do it because it's very advanced what Trump does. I know we don't give him credit for being a genius. It's not a genius to do it. It's just he's just talented. It's different. He's got a talent for selling the "what are you doing to me?" Like, and he knows his base will always be like, "Yeah, you tell him." It's not working for Pam Bondi.
I don't think he was that talented, Matt. I just think the fact that the bar was so low with the Democrats, like, I mean, he was better than this fucking idiot and stuff like that. But once again, on a WWE level, you know what I'm saying? It's
there's an art. There's an art
impressing.
There's an art form to raising your voice at the right time, in the right cadence,
Absolutely,
and doing a
control
little
the
shift,
idiots,
getting personal with the person, and you know it makes a good soundbite. You know, as a performer, he's obviously the number one. He had the number one reality show on TV. He knows how to perform. He knows how to get ratings. It's a very specific skill set that you don't just get to have just because you like that the guy does it. You think you can just do it too. Go ask any actor who looks up to, oh, I always loved Marlon Brando and I love it. Guess what? When it's time to do it yourself, you're not exactly just going to get that Academy Award because you appreciate a good performance.
It's a very specific talent designed to grab a very specific person. That's the person who watches the WWE, the person who really believes that Sergeant Slaughter was fighting for America against the Iron Sheik. That's who it is. If we were to sit here nowadays, and the bar was so low with the Democrats and these idiots that were in there, but if the three of us were to go back and watch Donald Trump, there's nothing really talented about what he fucking does. I mean, maybe for the dumb people out there. And he got so many of those layups because the Democrats, you can't be that much of an idiot without trying that hard. I mean, they went out of their way to be fucking so fucking dumb and absurd and off the wall, where they put some woman in a fucking hearing that said that men can get pregnant. You have to fucking try. And that's how far you have to lower the bar to make these guys like Donald Trump seem smart. They're not smart. We just got a bunch of dumb people.
You know, I'll never forget how Hillary skipped out campaigning, you know, in the battleground states over in the Midwest, which is where Trump focused his energy. And yeah, the amount of airtime they gave him, like if you put someone's face in front of you for that long, eventually you're going to find things that are funny and find things that, you know, you like about him. Because I would never vote for Donald Trump. I don't like him as a person, but I laugh at him sometimes. He is like, you know, like a funny guy. So they were trying to make him likable. So I do think they did give him a push. So, you know.
She didn't show up. That's what they did for him. She didn't even fucking show up.
Yeah.
So of course you're gonna go look at this guy.
And they knew she was unlikable because she didn't beat Obama. You know, Obama beat her out in the primaries in 2008. She was never really that great of a politician. So, you know, I don't really think they expected her to win. You know, would they be okay with it if she won? Of course. But I don't know if they really expected her to win when they put her.
They might have. I don't think they were fully prepared for how good Trump was at it. I think they were totally fine with Hillary because I mean that was the foreign policy. She was the one pushing. She got all that shit done when she wasn't president, right? When Obama was president, she was put into that Secretary of War position, right? To go get Gaddafi, to go do these things. She's very, very skilled at that. They were like, well, she probably could do this at the presidential level while she was championing, you know, go women. We did it. She could have done that. So I think that they were totally ready for her. And she skipped out on those states because she was being told, you got this in the bag. How the hell are they going to vote for this game show host? So I think Trump had more ability to do things on his own terms the first time. He doesn't now. He was I don't think anybody can even, it's without dispute that his second term 100% hand selected, 100% puppet. You can tell by the non-firings how he's selected, because back then, do you remember he would just fire whatever he wanted to? He didn't like someone, you're out. He can't do that now. He's not in charge of anything. So I would say, yeah, I'd say that it was a little bit. Yeah, the first
Number
time,
one, you talked about the cameras in the locker room. The New England Patriots and Robert Kraft aren't here to defend themselves, so you should leave them alone. You talked about the firing. Anthony Scaramucci. Anthony, don't touch that Gucci. Scaramucci is not here to defend themselves, so I think we should leave them be, man.
We'll leave it. We'll leave it be.
So come on.
Yeah. So, Craig Pasta, thanks for being part of today's show. Great conversations. Want to tell everybody what you have coming up.
Today's Thursday, right? So I'm supposed to do a show tomorrow on Friday. I'm lining up some interviews next week on Tuesday. I got an awesome Somali journalist that I'm going to be interviewing, as well as someone close to Imran Khan in Pakistan. So I'm trying to get also a third Venezuelan person on for next Tuesday. I'm going to make it like an international day. We're going to talk about Somalia, we're going to talk about Pakistan, and we're going to talk about Venezuela. 3 countries that have been heavily, under the attack, under the boot of the United States empire. You can throw some Israel in there too as well. Somaliland, right? I don't know if Israel has anything to do with Pakistan, but maybe we can figure that out. But it's still, Imran Khan is still in jail. And there's been a lot of stuff with the, Pakistan. I think his foreign minister was screaming about the United States on their floor the other day, and that was taped. So we're going to see what's going on in Pakistan, very important to talk about Somalia. Like, we're not talking about Somalia right now, and it's bothering me as we keep bombing them. And there's a reason why we keep bombing them. And there's a reason why you heard about the Somali fraud in Minnesota. We're trying to demonize them so we can manufacture consent to do what we always do. Regime change, baby. So we're going to talk a little bit about that next Tuesday. Of course, I do Wednesdays, the call-in show. I don't know if they're watching our show, Matt, and they're watching your show, but somebody called in. I get a little nervous because it's Pacific Radio, and they wanted to talk about child sacrifice and aliens eating children and stuff, and we're doing that on the radio at 4 p.m. during drive time, New York. Might be getting myself in a lot of trouble hanging with you, pal. But I do that every Wednesday, drive time on WBAI. Monday, Wednesday, Friday days, we like to do a little thing called the Truth Wire, which is the Convo Couch, where me and Fiorella Isabel have some conversations. And usually on Tuesdays or Thursdays, I'll be hanging out with you knuckleheads, having a great time, beating back the oligarchs. So, yeah, that's Pasta Jardula in a nutshell. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you so much, Jay. It's always fun rolling with you cats.
Absolutely. Thanks, Pasta.
Great work, Pasta.
We'll see you next time.
Go Knicks!
Yeah, we're right. Yeah. Well, no, Knicks are doing pretty well. So I'll give him that. They're doing pretty well.
It's been a while, man. You got to let them enjoy this season, man. So, got to enjoy the ride.
Well, let's look at some of our super chats coming in here before we get to the next section. We have Citizen. We always giving us the support. We appreciate it. Anyone who says lefties can't debate should see you, Pasta. Oh, that's good. Very good. We'll let him see that comment. Hopefully, he's maybe.
You're saying see you and Pasta. He's giving you some credit,
see
man.
you and Pasta.
Yeah, I assume he's talking
that's
about
an and. You know what? I missed that. Okay. So it's about because we have our little debate.
Back and
Actually,
forth.
we tell people we put the debate was a little more hardcore last week, and we put that up. It's getting some traction on our Rumble or YouTube. Or one of them, I can't remember. One of them's getting extra views. I can't remember which one. But it's me and Pasta kind of going at it about Epstein. So this is our little follow up, and I think we aligned a little more this time on it. But we're not in an echo chamber, guys. We're here to dig through stuff, and you guys see us, me and Jay. We haven't really done that, but we have challenged each other, and we want to do that. We think that's healthy. It's healthy to challenge and have new ideas and go, well, how about this or what about that?
Exactly.
And that's important, and that's what you get in a non-tribal space.
Exactly.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Citizen. We also have the old TDS. That's funny. TDS Trump, the GOAT. I'm the GOAT of AGs ever. Okay, yeah. This is when Bondi was accusing, I guess, Massey of TDS. That's pretty funny. Thanks, Citizen, for that one. And I see Donald Duck's mom, because I saw some comments about how YouTube wasn't accepting the super chat for whatever reason. Looks like Donald Duck's mom worked it out. Thank you so much, Donald Duck's mom. It worked out. Sometimes YouTube can be a little screwy with the lining up the payments mechanism, but we appreciate that happened. We have one more from Citizen here. Makes perfect sense. One podcaster I follows positive Pam herself. I get it. One podcaster I follow is positive that Pam herself was a Epstein girl. Then I've heard those discussions. Who is she in personally with? Pam's the scapegoat. That's why she went kamikaze mode for Zio Hell. Yeah, that's an interesting theory.
It's a
Yeah.
possibility. There's a guy that she was friends with. She seems to have a very close relationship. It's Frank something. I cannot remember his last name, but she's in several pictures with him, and he seems to have been like an Epstein regular. So maybe, she was an Epstein girl herself, but more likely, I would say she's probably in the same circles as a lot of those people, because I would assume it's not too many wealthy people's kids who get caught up in that. I would assume they're mostly targeting people from lower economic groups, if I had to guess. So
yeah, but definitely worth keeping an eye on. And again, as people are going through these files, guys, we're not done. It's not just because 3 million dropped and there was, obviously a lot of stuff redacted stuff. And Aposta's very fixated, as he should be, fixated on the stuff we haven't seen, that we don't have access to, that we have to be okay with the fact we'll probably never see. But the stuff we do have, it takes a long time to go through. So we're seeing stuff coming up every day here. There's new revelations. By the way, I haven't mentioned this before. Jay, what do you think of that? I was just thinking about this because how many of you guys are seeing old clips from old things that you recognize that are coming up on your feed, that people are resharing, and you're going, oh, I remember that. And you're starting to look at it a little differently. That's also happening. So I would say, aside from the 3 million, whether we're seeing this or not seeing that, and we have to go through all these pages and all these things, there's people having these aha moments about the past and going, let me go look for that one clip. And we'll look at it again. At the time, we were laughing and joking about some random person talking about eating humans at a party somewhere in Europe, and we thought, oh, that person's crazy. Let's go find that. What were they talking about? So these are important moments, important aha moments, and I like that people are resharing those. So we're going to keep an eye on those. We might do a whole segment on that next week of reposts from the past, which we have to also keep our critical thinking brains intact. It's always healthy to look back and say, let's re-look at that. What did we miss the first time that played? Very important stuff to do.
Yep, agreed. And again, that doesn't mean people got everything right, and that doesn't mean that the people who got a few things right are definitely telling the truth about everything. But Alex Jones is a great example. Like he does get a few big things really right very early on, but then he also, in my opinion, gets a few big things really wrong almost intentionally, and he talks out both sides of his mouth. But he has been ahead of the curve, on a few of these issues for sure. So
and I'll make a comparison. We had this happen during COVID, right? When we first started to say, hey, we got to do a show because censorship, because we can't discuss medical anything. Is the Church of Fauci? Wait a minute, what is pharma doing? What are they doing to us? How are they controlling us? One of the things I remember this. You guys know this, Jay. You know this. The old clip, the old famous moment of Tom Cruise getting into it with Matt Lauer. And you go, oh, let's rewatch that. What was Tom Cruise saying at the time? Because at the time in 2012, we were like, this guy's loony. He's part of Scientology. He's out of his mind. We didn't know Matt Lauer had his deep, dark secret, his little lock the door button after the secretary comes in. You can't leave my office. We didn't know that about Lauer at the time. But even putting that aside, rewatch the clip. You go, I remember laughing at Tom Cruise when I saw that. Now I'm listening to what he has to say.
I don't even remember that. What did he say there?
He said, who are you, Matt? Who are you to get on here? You don't know anything about these drugs. You're peddling these drugs to kids. These are addictive drugs. The Ritalin to kids. What are you? I've studied this. I know what the addictive qualities. I know the messaging. So what are you doing? He's like, well, no, you have a responsibility here, Matt. He was angry. He was yelling at him. And I remember at the time, you guys go watch it. It's Tom Cruise basically calling out Matt Lauer in 2012. And I remember watching that and thinking, man, you know what? This guy's really nutty. He's the guy that this is the same guy that jumped up on Oprah's couch and says, yay, I'm in love. And he's the same guy so we know he's goofy, he's nutty, but go back and rewatch. These are the moments I think we're going to have a lot of those happen right now, Jay. There's going to be a lot of those where we go, do you remember that thing that person was saying about the little Hollywood party cannibal stuff? And we were like, that's what were they talking about? What did they mean when they said the thing? What did Ellen mean when she was sitting there with Sandra Bullock talking about a new thing. Where does it come from? That skin? Oh, it comes from children in another country. Oh, really? Blood? What?
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean, you know, funnily enough, Cat Williams had a few of those moments too, man. But right before, you know, Diddy's downfall at the beginning of the year, Cat Williams had like an explosive interview, you know, at the beginning of the year where he kind of foreshadowed a whole lot of that stuff that was about to come. But yeah, Cat Williams had a big one of those moments last year too. So I got to watch his new special. So
yes, the new
I'm pretty
one.
sure. I'm pretty sure I actually saw, like, you know, not the exact moment that he's doing in the special, but I went to a show last year and it seems like there might be some of the same jokes in there, but I'm still going to watch it anyway because he's also been speaking the truth for a while too. So
yeah,
funny guy.
but he's probably had to edit himself down for Netflix, as we probably
for sure.
I mean,
for sure.
he's got to get clever like Chappelle and just put a couple little nuggets in there. You know, so you got to get smart, right? If you got to battle this thing and they're going to let you on their network. So what are you going to do to maneuver? So I'll check it out. I hope he found some moments.
His whole special, I forget what it's called. What is it? The last report or something like that. But his whole thing is he's going to the Illuminati meetings and he's finding out what they're doing in there to come back and tell us what's going on. That's what he says, you know, like he's doing. So but still entertaining for sure.
Yeah, for sure. One of the good ones, Cat Williams, one of the good ones. Okay. Let's get on to the next story. We have an ICE update here. We're going to start with this. Jay, you shared this with me here. This is a Irishman on talking about a valid work permit that was held for 4 months. And his name is Seamus Colleton. He's describing the conditions. It sounds like he's describing a concentration camp. Let's hear it from his own mouth. What is happening here, and why we all should be paying attention to this.
The best way I could describe it is probably like a modern day concentration camp. It's a bunch of temporary tents. There's probably room for 1,000 detainees in each tent. I believe there's like 5 tents. I've been locked in the same room now for 4.5 months. I've had barely any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. I could probably count on both hands the amount of times I've been outside. So just locked in this room all day, every day. We've got 2 TVs on the wall. We get 3 meals a day, very, very small meals, kid-sized meals. So everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. We've got no commissary. We've got no options to get extra food or anything like that. And the conditions here are filthy. The toilets, the showers, completely nasty, very rarely cleaned. I'm in fear for my life down here, honestly, because people have been killed by the staff here, by the security staff, and you just don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. You don't know if there's going to be riots. You don't know if there's going to be. You don't know what's going to happen. It's a nightmare down here.
I mean, is there competition for food given how little you're each getting?
Oh, absolutely, there is. Yeah. And there's a little bit of the discrimination, I guess, against English speakers here. The Spanish speakers definitely get a preference when it comes to the extra food, if there's any extra food left over, because all the staff are kind of Hispanic and, they kind of stick with their own when it comes to that kind of stuff, so we'd be extremely lucky to get anything extra,
Yeah. So, yeah, this was Seamus is that's the pronunciation. I misread that. One of our viewers pointed that out. What is it? I mean, the look on the podcaster's face. I mean, like, we're not seeing, and obviously the media is not telling us any of this is happening. What does this mean for people here that are getting put in these camps? Is this the same blueprint they're following? In Europe, they're following here as well. As far what is your take on this, Jay? I want to get your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, so I don't think, to be honest with you, that the deportations and what they're doing in Europe lines up anything like what we're doing over here. I know they are deporting people over there, but They're not holding them, like for months on end, like how that guy described, to the best of my knowledge, and they're not keeping them in conditions like that. So what we're doing over here is unique. It's uniquely cruel. Whether or not someone is here legally or illegally, it shouldn't, we should still give them humane circumstances, as we're holding them. We don't have to put them in 5-star hotels, but at least give them, clean facilities. I don't think that's like too much to ask for. But, let's not forget the same companies that own private prisons in America. I believe it's Geo Group, Core Civic, companies like that. They're the ones who own a lot of these detention centers, where ICE is holding people. So our politicians are getting kickbacks from the people who are making money off these facilities. So, it doesn't take 4 months, in my opinion, to figure out if someone is here legally or illegally. Like, there should be a database they can go check to see, he's on a work permit. Let's see the work permit database. Let's search his name. Let's find out if this is the same guy. If it is, then we got to let him go because he's here illegally. If it's not, we got to get him out because he's here illegally. So the fact that they're holding people for this long, it just makes it seem like there's something else going on. And I do believe they're trying to make money for their donors, obviously. And, I think that's one of the main things. They're trying to make money for their donors, and they're trying to honestly, encourage a little bit more civil disobedience, because as more of information about this comes out, I believe people will push back more and more. And if they want to roll out the surveillance dystopia, a lot of people have to be in the streets, and they want us to act crazy. So maybe it is to rile us up too. But I don't know. One thing for sure is I can tell you this is not an efficient way to deport people. It's not cost effective. It's inhumane, and it doesn't really make sense. So again, this is not about deporting quote unquote illegal immigrants, because again, this guy is legal as far as we know. And it's not the first time we've heard of legal immigrants, being held too. It's just the latest example.
Yeah. All right. Well, no, this is important to try and connect the dots. It does seem like there's something else. There's something else going on here. Do you want to get into the next part? What's going on?
Yeah, and as people are wondering, how all this happened in the first place, I just want to remind people. Some conservatives think that this is an invasion, and there's like an intentional strategy being employed by the people coming here. Like, they think that a lot of the Latinos who are coming here are coming with the intention to invade America. And I think what gets left out is the conditions in the countries they're coming from and how those conditions, came apart in the first place, which is why, I think this is a pretty important press conference coming from the government in Mexico. There's 2 different parts of the clip. I don't know if you want to play that, then jump to the second part, but we don't need to watch the whole thing because it's, pretty long. But yeah,
okay.
If we could show that, I think that gives some important context about what's happening right now.
Let's look at the first clip. This is what's happening in Mexico. And like Jay's saying, this is the strategy. We know, we understand American imperialism, Western imperialism. We create the conditions. We use the CIA to do that. We use all of our weapons that we have in our arsenal to create horrific conditions, which then elevates the level of refugees, the level of people looking for a place to go. And that's why our borders have had these issues. We've created it, and I think we've done it on purpose. But let's see what's going on at this. Is this a hearing going on in Mexico? This is the first clip from this meeting.
Bien. Buenos días. I can read it out. Les voy a dar, good morning. Okay. I'll read the subtitles if you want. For it.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, good morning. I'll give you some data that can help understand the problem we have with all the weaponry and ammunition coming from the United States. In the current administration, 18,000 long and short firearms have been seized. Of those 18,000, or around 77 to 78%, come from the United States. And there are even more lethal types of weapons. Even more lethal types of weapons. For example, the 50 caliber weapon in this administration, 215 have been seized. 50 caliber Beret type rifles, 40 millimeter grenade launchers, 20 rocket launchers, 13 machine guns of different calibers. That's about 273 total. And regarding specifically the 50 caliber cartridges you mentioned, since 2012, our records at the Ministry of National Defense show 137,000 cartridges seized to date.
Yeah.
So, you know, that, and then in the second clip, actually in that same video, you have the president. Yeah, I'll read it out.
Yeah. Okay. We'll hear her response. This is the end of the clip. Here we go. Wait, let me get the volume. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. It's a private company that sells these weapons, and even though they are for exclusive use by the United States Army, so it is very important to investigate how these weapons are sold by this private company, end up in the hands of organized crime in our country. So, you know, she's pointing out that the weapons that the cartels in Mexico were getting are specifically designed only for the US military. So how is it that they're winding up in the hands of the cartels? And, you know, this just goes to the same pattern, you know, that we've seen throughout history. And that's why, you know, I had shared that little screenshot. I don't know if you still have it or not, but yeah, I had shared that screenshot. You know, that's the 50 caliber weapon. So like you have organized crime rolling around with military grade guns. And for those who don't remember Operation Fast and Furious, it was started under George Bush, continued under Obama. And what was that? Well, that was when we uncovered that the CIA directly was actually providing thousands of weapons to the cartel, to the Sinaloa cartel, who the DEA also had a non-prosecution agreement with. And the CIA said, oh, we were doing it because we wanted to, quote unquote, track their guns so we could find all their hideouts, but then they lost the trackers. So they never actually got anything, you know, like out of this investigation. So at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, why is it history keeps repeating itself? Are we intentionally not learning from our mistakes, or are they not really mistakes?
They're not mistakes, Jay. They're not mistakes. This is by design. The mistake is that we've missed it, and that enough people, and like you said, a lot of conservatives, and I'm not trying to gang up on conservatives. I'm just saying that that's part of the mantra, right? We have to protect. We got to protect our home front. We got to protect. And these people want to come in and they want to take our freedom. That's always been the mantra, even when conservatives have gotten some stuff right and they figured out that the people here are working against us, they still hold on to this. And I hope we can get closer now for that realization. I don't know, maybe the Venezuela thing kind of opened up a few people's eyes. They're like, wait, what? So there was no so Maduro wasn't a cartel leader. Wait, how did that
think about it? Exactly. And think about it, guys. Like, you have the cartel in your country with army weapons. They're literally going to war, you know, with the police and with the government over there. So if you were in that situation, would you want to be caught in the middle of that crossfire? Or would you just risk everything and try to go somewhere where you thought it was a little bit safer? So instead of thinking of the majority of illegal immigrants over here as intentionally and knowingly being part of some conspiracy to invade America and take it over, we should have a better knowledge of the conditions they're coming from, and we should know our role in the conditions that they're coming from, because it's not just Mexico. You know, the Mexican president may be talking about it a little bit more openly than a lot of other presidents are, but like, we've done the same thing across all of South America, all of Central America, and the Caribbean too. So how can we complain about people trying to leave war zones that we've created?
Yeah. Well, let's read that first page of that article. This was the headline. It was Operation Fast and Furious really part of the secret deal between the DEA? What was it? I mean, you can take that question mark right off. Here's the first page of that if you want to read this one. Jay.
Yeah, so an investigation by a major Mexican newspaper, El Universal, has concluded that the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency entered into agreements dating back to the year 2000 and continuing through 2012 until they got caught with Mexico's largest drug trafficking gang, the Sinaloa cartel. Everyone remembers El Chapo. This was El Chapo's cartel. According to Jesus Vicente Zambada Niebla, a highly placed member of the Sinaloa cartel and the son of top Sinaloa leader Ismael El Mayo Zambada, the deal involved the cartel providing information about rival Mexican drug gangs to the DEA in exchange for the U.S. government agreeing not to interfere with Sinaloa shipments to the United States and the dismissal of criminal charges against cartel participants. And for those who don't know, I don't know if I'll never forget this story because it seems so crazy to me. There was a story about the heads of gang members being chopped off and intentionally placed on the side of roads. That was the Sinaloa cartel that was doing that. So the people we were working with were chopping off the heads like of rival gang members, and sticking it on the side of roads just to show people that they weren't playing around. And the reason they got that much power and they rose to prominence like that is because they worked with the US government. And unfortunately, that seems to be how it is with most of the biggest drug traffickers. We literally pick the winners and then help them take off their competition and brag about wins about all these great drug busts, which is really us busting the competition of the cartels that we're not working with.
Yeah. And who's benefiting from these operations? We benefit from creating the circumstance, creating the instability, the fear. This is how you keep people in line, keep people controlled. It's a mindset that we're urging you guys. If you're watching us, if you've discovered our channel because we were in agreement on the capture during COVID and the capture the Ukraine proxy war and all these different things that were coming out, and we were like saying the Democrats this, the Democrats that, and we were being critical of the party we used to be part of. Please, we urge you to also see that there was a mechanism in place to get you on board, to manufacture consent for you, to beef up Homeland Security, to raise the stakes of the police state, to raise the surveillance state. This was all by design because you were told that they want to come in and deliberately destroy us here when they are just literally feeling the effects of what we caused in the first place, because we need this environment to exist. So of course we're going to fund it. Of course we're going to make it a priority to do this. And you use the CIA, use these operational elements to manufacture this consent. And we've been doing it the whole time. We've been doing it the whole time. It didn't just start, in the last 5-6 years.
And the only caveat I would add to that is we, as in the American government and the donors to the American government, I wouldn't say the American people, we are not benefiting from what's happening.
Right, we're not benefiting, right.
But our government and the people who fund our government and donate to those politicians' campaigns, they are benefiting greatly. So, at the end of the day, guys, if we can stop demonizing other people and recognizing we all have the same enemies, that's how we get, some actual progress here. So.
And let's be clear, ICE in the streets right now in our country, in Minneapolis, in all the major cities, in the fact that they're going to continue. This isn't stopping because Trump called off 700 of thousands from one city. It's still happening. The surveillance state is real. We're all domestic terrorists if we film them. People with masks that don't have to identify themselves. We're the ones being put in databases. You can't do any of that unless you create the environment.
And what I want people to remember.
You create,
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And because we have so much, I didn't even send you this clip too. I probably should have saved it. I don't remember if I did or not, but there's another video now of a US citizen who was videotaping ICE as they were going around. She was beeping her horn to let people know that this is the ICE vehicle. Well, ICE essentially rammed into her vehicle, shot at her car, shot her, nearly killed her, but put her in the hospital. And then they listed her as a domestic terrorist who attacked ICE. And just now, they're releasing the body cam footage from the officers, and you can see them discuss everything. In the video, they say, this person, we're going to cut this person off, and we're going to take her. I'm paraphrasing what they said. But you see the guy turn the wheel and then jerk it to the other direction so he could ram the lady's car. And then they get out and they start firing shots at her, and they hit her. Thankfully, they didn't kill her. And then they say that she attacked them, even though they knew they had the body cam footage on. And all of their superiors had access to the footage. They could go back and see it. And what did? They didn't discipline the guy. They called him a hero. They said, look, we're behind you 100%. You did the right thing here. And not that this would be okay if it happened to an illegal immigrant or a legal immigrant, but this is a U.S. citizen, like someone who was born here. And all they were doing, beat their horn, shooting the video. All of that is legal. So, at the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, what are we manufacturing consent for? If you care about illegal immigration, and I do think we do need to get our immigration situation under control in the sense that we need to know who's coming in and out the country, and we should have a pathway to citizenship and a good overall strategy. But if you care about that, and I do too, that doesn't mean you should support the 16th largest military budget in the world to be deployed on American soil against people in this country, U.S. citizens, legal immigrants, and illegal immigrants, because these are all people who are being affected by what ICE is doing.
Okay, we're moving on to the next one. Guys, welcome. If you're just joining us, Homeless Left. I'm here, Matt Weinglass here with Jay Scott. We're chugging along in our non-tribal approach to news space here. We're with you guys another couple hours, so lots more to get into. We've been covering the Pam Bondi debacle. We've been covering a lot of the surveillance state problems, a lot of the bait and switches, not to mention the propaganda machine that's in full effect, manufacturing not just consent, manufacturing your excitement to sign up for this surveillance state, sign up for yay Google, let me get the next the Ring camera. It'll get our whole neighborhood locked in because I got to find my last dog. And so all this stuff's happening, the distractions, the Super Bowl stuff. We know, red versus blue, Bad Bunny versus TPUSA. We've been covering all this stuff, but the main thing that we've learned is this grand awakening that seems to be happening on a global level. It seems that we have some sort of global shift happening now that we understand that the most powerful people on the planet for our entire lifetimes and before that are all psychotic, narcissistic child eaters. I mean, so this is a lot to process. So we know, guys, we welcome you here. I know it's a lot to kind of digest. It changes how we look at the world, but that's why we're here, because we got to have conversations, and that's where we can start having conversations. So, Jay, it looks like it might be time for some World War III watch. You ready to do it here?
Let's do it.
Okay. Got to play the lead in. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm Matt Weinglass. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott. We're looking at a relationship that has been brewing, getting closer to each other. Our Western media ain't covering it, but we know because of the escalation we've been manipulating escalation with Iran. We've been manufacturing consent for World War III, I guess, is what would break out if we started having a nuke war with Iran on behalf of Israel. So there's a country getting involved here on the side with Iran. It looks like that Iran and China are strengthening ties in real time here. And I mean, clearly the Western media is not going to cover this correctly, but it's important that we look at this relationship and see, what does this mean moving forward? Could this be a good thing for us to really give Trump another hesitation about why why we need to maybe cool it a little on the threats. Here's the I guess the article headline: How China aims to block Mossad operations in Iran. Oh, that would be good. I would be for that. I think our viewers would be for that too. The post here, it says China is reportedly assisting Iran with intelligence gathering and preventing Mossad infiltration in the country. China has much experience to share after successfully dismantling CIA networks in their own country. Jay, you want to break down what is happening? Is this a good thing that this relationship is happening right now?
Yeah, I mean, and if anyone follows the news in China or even around the CIA, you would have seen probably about a month ago, the CIA actually put out a recruitment video in Mandarin, essentially begging people to sell out their country and to come work, for the CIA. So they have no real intelligence network or a very small intelligence network based in China right now. So China has pretty successfully, gotten out most of the foreign spies in their own country. And it's the same in Russia. So at the end of the day, if they have experience doing it and knowing how to catch these people, then they are good advisors to have around, if you're in an Iran situation, because, as we saw in the last 12-day war, the only reason that America was able to Israel was successful with those decapitation strikes would be because people within Iran are feeding intelligence, to Mossad or to the CIA. So that means they have to have some kind of snitches like on the inside over there. So China has the experience in tracking these people down. And, that's something that Iran desperately needs if they want to have a chance at beating us. And I think it's actually a very high likelihood that if we do start something, then it's either going to wind up with a draw or, a loss on our end, because the truth is they have so much capability and it's such a large country that it's going to be really tough for us. And
and to be clear, when you say beating us as their objective, beating us, what that looks like isn't what us beating them looks like. Those are two different scenarios. Them beating us means de-escalating, means stopping us from attacking, stopping us from.
It just means surviving. If their government survives, then they win. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we should be on, no matter where we live on the planet, no matter who our allegiance is to, we should be on the side of surviving. We should be on the side of de-escalation. Too bad our military and our police aren't designed that way. We take after IDF Israel logic, where it's always escalation and provocation and starting stuff. Not to mention it's faking out with false flag operations and blaming it on your enemy, so you can then justify attacking. So we've been on that wrong side this entire way. So we should be very happy and thankful for humanity as a whole that we have China being able to come in and help educate Iran on techniques to de-escalate, to be about survival for all of us.
Mm-hmm. And just to be clear, we have a bunch of bases in the region, and unfortunately our soldiers that we have there, their lives are at risk, if something like this happens. And this is a perfect example. China is helping them with intelligence, and they're not even keeping it a secret. They're literally taking pictures of our bases using their satellites and publishing it on the internet, just to make sure the US knows that China is assisting them. And guess what? If you notice, Trump isn't really going around talking crazy about China right now. And do you know why that is? Because China controls the chip manufacturing process the rare earth supply to an extent. And if China wanted to, they could destroy our entire defense industry, because all they have to do is stop selling us rare earth materials. Now, it would do a lot of damage to their own economy, so they haven't done it yet. But they kind of have a trump card, pun not intended, over us with that situation. So they can literally openly tell us, we're helping the people that you want to go to war with, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. Well, this is I'm a little nervous right now because are we aiding and abetting what I would say we could be accused right now, Jay. I just want to warn the viewers too, because if you're watching, you're also incriminated here, guys, because you're not allowed to watch that we're giving away our own government secrets right now, even though we're not the ones that expose it. We're actually, I don't think we're allowed to share either. Just ask Julian Assange. He was sharing out information that was already available. But you're not allowed to, as press, you're actually not, I guess the rules change. You're not allowed to report on things. You're in trouble for sharing. And apparently you're in trouble for viewing too. So I just wanted to give that warning out, that cautionary
And I don't even know
warning.
if that's like, the actual image. I don't know if that's a real image or not. I'm just pointing out that the Chinese government is publishing all this information and putting it, they're sending it to Iran directly, and they're also putting it on the internet. So they're providing them, with advanced targeting data. And not only are they doing that, but they're also flirting with the idea of selling Iran super, high tech jets, that can be used to hurt our military. So, for those who don't know, it says breaking: China sends bold signal to Western Israel, ready to arm Iran with game-changing J-20 stealth jets. So China's military attaché in Tehran presented a scale model mock-up of the Chengdu J-20 Mighty Dragon, which is a 5th-generation fighter to Brigadier General Bahman Bemard, who's the commander of the Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force. So this occurred during a formal meeting, likely tied to Iranian Air Force Day or a commemoration event honoring personnel allegiance to Imran Khomeini.
Oh man, let's check this out. This little gimmick video, but man, oh man.
And it's sad because it kind of trivializes it. It makes it almost look like a video game with the techno beat and like the whole vibe in the video. But this is going to mean the death of a lot of people. So I'm not rooting for this to happen. But at the end of the day, China is kind of sending a message that they don't want to stand by idly, if America wants to do the same thing they did to Venezuela and Iran. So Iran has very powerful friends, who are backing them up in this fight that we may or may not start with them.
Yeah, here's some more weapons, it looks like.
So, and just to summarize what this is pointing out, before apparently Iran was still tapping into some GPS systems that were ran by us. They've completely ditched that. So now they're running off GPS systems provided by China, which makes it a lot harder for us to jam their weapons. Because before, we were hoping that we'd have the ability to kind of jam their weapons, with our technology and redirect them so it misses their target. The truth is, by them switching to the Chinese GPS systems, it makes it a lot more difficult, at least on paper, for us to interfere with their targeting.
Yeah. And it looks like this, oh man, this other one, I'll switch it over here. This looks like that they're actually sending carrier killers, destroyers right now to Iran. Okay, what's going on here with this one, Jay?
Yeah, so this is a military drill that Iran does with Russia and China, which is supposed to be for regional security. So they're not sending them there with the intention to confront American warships. However, if we were to strike Iran and start a war with Iran in the middle of them doing military exercises with the Iranian military, can we guarantee that there won't be some engagement with the Russian or Chinese forces there too? I mean, I don't know if we can necessarily guarantee that, especially because, if you're China and you're looking at the overall stage right now, you have America who's bogged down in a war with Ukraine, as well as, and could be bogged down in a war with China. And they say themselves that they consider us to be the biggest threat. Well, maybe from China's perspective, it's better if they keep the war going and with Iran and Russia, so they don't come back around so we don't come back around to actually confront China directly. So if we get bogged down in a long war against Iran, that's better for China. So, you know, because it keeps us distracted. And at the end of the day, you know, there's headlines talking about how Trump is how we're sending negotiating teams to Abu Dhabi to meet with the Russians, and they want to present the image that we're making progress in negotiations with Russia. We actually aren't. And over the last few days, the Russian foreign minister, Lavrov, has been a lot more explicit in his criticisms of America than is normal for them. And his tone is getting angrier and angrier. And he's saying rather than the relationship getting better, it's actually getting worse now that Trump's president. And we're in a more dangerous time than ever because Trump did not extend the START treaty, which was the last nuclear treaty to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons. So is this heading in a direction where we are going to start providing more nuclear weapons to our European allies because their armies suck and they cannot actually fight Russia by themselves? I guess the only way they could provide some deterrence is with nuclear weapons. So where's all this heading? And this is as Europe is openly talking about going to war with Russia by 2028 or 2029, one of those years. So you have, are we really going to stand by and let Europe get smacked by Russia? I don't know. Like, I find it hard to believe that we're just going to let Europe do it themselves. So, you know, it's a scary situation because people have the illusion that some progress is being made between us and Russia, but that's not the case. And now we're escalating more with Iran. So, you know, like at the end of the day, a quick defeat of Iran is the worst case scenario for China and for Iran. So are they going to stand by and watch that happen? Personally, I think not.
I feel like we're just in a stalemate right now, Jay, and I do think this is related to the timing of the Epstein stuff. It's the timing of Netanyahu making his his 7th trip to DC. It's insane. Yeah. This guy, you know, roll out the red carpet again. Every time he comes and meets with Trump, there's a meeting notes that require his attention to Netanyahu being his boss. I'm not going to play this little brother thing anymore. That's not a thing. He's coming to give instructions. Iran has been on the instructions for years and years. Now this is the closest we've been there. And there seems to be a punishment mechanism if Trump doesn't push this, because Netanyahu's been pushing it for decades. For decades. How many times has he told us they're gonna have you know, these? Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, okay, wait, Jay, I think we got you out of here. Hold on, what happened here? There we go. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we've been moving like this, and now I feel we're at this stalemate. Something's got to give. We can't keep going with the charade.
I gotta say, I still believe that Netanyahu is not the boss. I don't think Netanyahu is the boss. I think that we both share the same owners, but at the end of the day, you know, we have more power because there's no possible way that Israel can exist without the full backing of America, you know, there at the same time. And like, the truth is, if you're Israel and your concern is protecting your citizens, then you have to be very careful about how you promote this war with Iran. And the only thing that would be in Israel's interest is if America goes all out and we put everything into it and we go like 100% in to try to defeat Iran outright. Because if we just do a couple small strikes here and there, Iran has already said that they're going to respond strongly and start striking our bases and Israel. So the only way that we can defeat Iran is to commit to going in 100% and to give it everything we got, like right out the gate. And if you look at the number of aircraft carriers that we had in the war with Iraq, in the first Gulf War, I believe it was like 8 or 9 that were deployed during the first Gulf War, strike groups. And right now, we only have the second strike group, going to the Persian Sea with Iran. So we have a much smaller force right now threatening Iran than we used during the first Gulf War, which we lost because we didn't accomplish our goals then. And Iran is a much bigger country and a much more capable country than Iraq was now at the time. So like the amount that we've dedicated so far to this effort is not nearly enough to do what would be in the interest of the people of Israel. So, and whether or not the people of Israel and the people who are running both of our countries, because if they're using Israel as a proxy, they want to strengthen Israel as much as possible. So like at the end of the day, like if Netanyahu was pressuring anything, it's not to do just these little strikes here and there. He wants us to commit 100% and to going all in to trying to take out Iran. So that's going to cost a lot of money. That's going to be deeply unpopular. And the Republicans are already going to get crushed in the election. They'll get completely wiped off the map. Like if we start a war with Iran.
Don't be using language like getting wiped off the map when we're talking
politically speaking, Republican politicians will lose their offices. Obviously, I'm the most peaceful guy you could imagine. I'm, nothing like that. So
yeah. There's so much more to unpack here. We saw the stuff with Cuba break as well, and we need to like look into that. Even one of our viewers are asking about we need to look into that, the blockade that Trump put on. Oh man.
So with that,
how is that the timing? I'm always looking at timing. We always need to look at why is this something happening right now? It's always a good. So what's going on with this blockade?
Really quick. I need to delve into it a little bit more, but the latest that I remember seeing on it was it looks like Russia and China are trying to come to Cuba's aid. Similarly, China is providing Cuba with tons of solar panels, so they're not as reliant on fossil fuel energy. And to the best of my knowledge, I think I read something this morning claiming that 20% of Cuban energy is now coming from solar panels, and all this has happened within the past few months as tensions have racketed up, and Russia is providing oil, in the humanitarian sense. So I think they're literally just giving it away, to Cuba at the moment to try to, help keep the country propped up.
Not allowed to give away oil. That's a crime in Western. Can't get. You want to give away some oil? Look what happened. Look what they did to Chavez when he tried to give away some oil. They gave
Russia's a different beast. Russia's a different beast. And, I don't know what happened there in the whole story, but if Maduro's people did sell him out, which is a strong possibility, it's just not like that, in Russia, China, and Iran. Like these people are a lot more dedicated, to protecting what they have going on. So,
Well, we know Lindsey Graham is salivating over Cuba. He's been doing that since we got captured Maduro. I said captured. No, we kidnapped him. We abducted Maduro and his wife. And by the way, what happened to that story? That just kind of ended. I mean, what the F? There's no case in New York. There's nothing going on there. He just said apparently they had hurt him severely. His wife was injured severely into the court case. They're throwing out these charges because they weren't real charges. They're not real. You got to throw this drug charge out because it's not real. A machine gun charge. What the hell is that? So what do you left anyway? So they're rotating our attention. And if Cuba's the next one, we need to look more into where we are on that timeline. But all of these things play a part in each other. The timeline's important, and what the media is distracting us with is the most important part at all. What they're not telling us, and that's why we're here to do the work for you guys. And World War III, we've been talking about it for eons now, guys, but make no mistake, once World War III is declared, it's going to be retroactively told to us in the history books that it already started, and that's why we try to keep you guys updated on that the best way we can.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. And, last thing, one thing I think everyone needs to take note of is before China was dumping U.S. treasuries on a little bit more on a little bit of a more discreet level, now they're actually being loud about dumping U.S. treasuries and getting rid of the treasury holdings. So that's something that we should all take note of, because that has a large impact on whether or not the dollar remains the world reserve currency. And once that status is gone, inflation is going to skyrocket. So, all these aggressive steps we're taking that Trump is pushing forward are going to hurt us sooner rather than later.
Yeah. All right. I know we had a couple more in the doc. Do you have time for one more, or did you want to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So I'm going to make your choice here, because we did have an update with the Trevor Moore story, but we also had an update on the Larry Loomer versus Carrie Prejean Boller as well. Both of those were carryovers from our last show, and they I don't know which one.
Let's see if we can squeeze both in real fast.
Okay. All right. Well, let's start with Trevor Moore. You guys, we covered this. This was an important. We're not going to play the sketch again, because actually we got flagged on YouTube for playing this sketch. It's a Comedy Central sketch. It was hilarious. This up and coming comedian named Trevor Moore. And what happened was he was, his type of comedy was starting to take off right around 2019. He does this really funny sketch to promote his Comedy Central special. Goes into this Illuminati meeting that his agent and manager sent him in. They go, you gotta meet with the big boys, and they're upstairs, and even they are petrified when they drop him off. They walk him in and like, oh, we gotta get out of here. And he's just the character. He's just like, what do you guys need me to do? What blood ritual? What sacrifice? What do you need me to do? Blackmail tape? I can film it myself. So it's funny. And then it shows you that there's an exchange for your celebrity, right? There's an exchange for your ability to do the thing you want to do. You got to do this thing for us. And that's what he was showing. Does that sketch have anything to do with what happened to him? Well, we have more to connect on this, but we just want people to know it's hard to find anything about this guy now. That's the hardest part about this. You see a guy like Trevor Moore, up and coming, 1 year, fast forward just a year later, this happens. Boom. He's just and he was rolling with the top guys at least at Comedy Central, right? And you had the Canadian guys doing the what was that group? The boys in the hall or something, kids in the hall.
Mm-hmm.
Kids in the hall. This is another group, the whitest kids, all of a sudden he's gone. Died on August 7th, 2021 from an accident. And that's it. You don't hear from him again. Jay, you have some more update on this, because I know, look, this conversation is hard to have because you're like, well, something doesn't seem right about this. Why can't we find anything about it? What have you discovered since we covered this on the last show?
Yeah, so on top of that, clip that we played last time, that pretty hilarious sketch about him meeting with the quote unquote Illuminati, about a little bit over a year before he died, he did a podcast that was actually connecting Jeffrey Epstein to coronavirus, funnily enough. And now in this latest document leak, we are seeing more evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was coordinating with Bill Gates and was coordinating with the WHO and seemed to be somewhat involved, in a lot of this bioterrorism that's happening right now. So, I don't know if I agree with it being specifically, a kill switch, but I will say, it's interesting if you look at the timing behind Epstein's death and then the rise of coronavirus. So, who knows? But it's a pretty good clip from it.
Okay. This is Trevor Moore. He seemed to have something he wanted to tell his fans about that maybe wasn't so funny, as he's supposed to be a funny comedian. Stay in your lane. Why are you talking about serious shit here? We'll go take it away, Trevor Moore. Here we go.
Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, he was also obsessed with bioengineering. So he had all of these scientists that he would donate money to their charities, and he would have them work on things and stuff. But what I heard, and this is completely unsubstantiated, but I heard it and I thought it was fascinating, was that he also had these same guys, because they were disease specialists and everything like that. He had them design a novel coronavirus that was his kill switch. Basically, like, that was his trump card, which is like, I don't go to jail or I release this shit. And like, it's like one of these things where if I don't keep entering in a thing every 30 days, I die. In like October or November, his kill switch went off. And that's when the disease got introduced into the world until it became what we do today. I don't believe it.
I don't. I'm with you. I don't believe that for a second, but that's a goddamn great conspiracy theory.
I love it, and I'm going to spread it as much as I can.
Wow. This is exactly what we were talking about, guys. We were talking about looking back at stuff that you might have been laughing or brushed aside to re-examine it. This is perfectly timed right now, Jay. I'm so glad you found this. Again, it's hard to find anything on Trevor Moore right now. But yeah, he was having this discussion when you were not allowed to talk about COVID this way, especially like this. You weren't even allowed to talk about alternate medicines that could be preventative care, let alone talk about where the hell the damn thing came from. You know, so I don't know. This is pretty revealing to me when I look at this now.
Yeah, I agree. And if you pull up the next link that I'd sent you, I actually found this Substack specifically through Dr. Peter McCullough. He was promoting this article that dove a little bit deeper, into the ties between Jeffrey Epstein and the biopharmaceutical complex. And, it is pretty telling because, the summary of it all, is pretty, it kind of shows you all the moving parts like that are going on. So it puts Jeffrey Epstein at the center, not at the center, but it shows his role, in what's happening. So you have that Substack link.
Well, here's the thing about Substack. When this is a lesson to all you podcasters out there. Pull your clips and pull your screenshots. All you investigative journalists out there too, get your screenshots. Get them done earlier than later, because this happens when you rely on links. So this is currently in real time that Substack is experiencing some technical issues. Maybe it's specifically to us or to me because I have this link. I don't know, but this is
I
why.
just tried it too. It's the same thing. So good point. But just to kind of draw it in, from what I remember about it, long story short, it's pointing out the different emails in the Epstein files that are setting up meetings between Bill Gates and the WHO with JP Morgan and Epstein, all at the center of that. So it goes through the timeline and it shows you how DARPA, plays into the whole picture, because a lot of people don't realize, but the DARPA is DARPA is a department in the Pentagon that works on like super advanced weaponry. So Epstein had his ties to intelligence. Apparently he was taking some of his knowledge from that, possibly sharing that with Bill Gates. So Bill Gates could, be one of the masterminds of the private sector profiting off what DARPA was creating. So that Substack that was shared by Dr. Peter McCullough kind of just gives you, like an overall picture of how that works. So, again, Trevor Moore made that video before the emails were released. And now the emails have been released, and all of a sudden, this theory, does seem to have a little bit more credence to it. And
it absolutely does.
Yeah. And, in that next link, I pulled up under that, you guys will see that there's two screenshots right there. And in the first screenshot, what we have is a patent that was filed in 2015 by a Rothschild to invest in a company that has wearables and integrates into like your smartphone to help track biomarkers on your body. So what happened was in 2020, once COVID started spreading, they updated the name of it to include COVID-19. However, shortly after the meeting that was scheduled earlier that year, Epstein, who goes around claiming that he's the representative of the Rothschilds, he meets with Bill Gates, as you guys can see in the next screenshot email. Shortly after that happened, then Rothschild files like for this patent. So, you have what appears to be a network of people who are trying to profit off a pandemic that's being created by our intelligence agencies and our Department of Defense. So Epstein seems to have been the go-between and the manager between these two sides of what was going on. So I don't know if it was necessarily a kill switch, like Trevor mentioned, or if he was just kind of the guy that was the go-between, like on what was happening. But what he definitely got right was that there's a connection there that we all should investigate. But in the email, you guys will see, of course, it's all redacted, so we don't know like who the recipients were that were forwarding it to Epstein. But it says, please find attached a draft agenda for the meeting on preparing for pandemics as requested. Yep. Let's discuss next steps. For example, how to officially involve the WHO and the ICRC, which is the Red Cross, and it says IE co-branding. Best regards, and I hope we can pull this off. So that almost like, of course, that could be interpreted in many ways, and I don't know for sure what they were talking about, but one possibility is there was a pandemic they were going to start that they wanted to profit off. That was one possible interpretation.
And this is a distinction it's very good to make, because obviously people, just to have this discussion at all, people, even today in 2026, even after all of the evidence, right, all of the we know about Event 201, I mean, come on, like we're still not allowed to say that this looks very incriminating, but however, we are allowed to say you can't laugh at this anymore. It is absolutely a possibility. You're using language like, I hope we can pull this off. Pull what off? What is it that you're trying to pull off by setting up a chessboard years before? It is 2015. What are you doing? What are you setting up for? Oh, you never know, right? You never know, a pandemic could hit. You never know. We're just trying to be safety first, right, guys? Safety first. What are you talking about?
And then wouldn't that be, I hope we're prepared? Like, I hope we can pull this off.
Yeah. What the hell is pull?
It just makes it seem like there's foreknowledge of something that could be coming. And how do you have foreknowledge of this unless you're the one doing it? So if it was me and I was in the FBI, I would want to follow up on that a little bit if my goal was to actually get the truth and hold people accountable. So, these are all good questions. So, and again, we can probably, skip the next two and go to the
and we've covered this. We've covered this. We've shown people the Rothschilds connection. We've shown them the mechanism Epstein was to get people together. There was a board of officers that he had hey, we have a spot for you, former prime minister of Israel. Come on over to Mr. Peter Thiel's. Who's Peter Thiel? I can't spell it very well, but he's a good guy. He's the guy that's going to bring in Palantir. It's literally in the emails that Epstein set up Palantir from the start with the former Israeli prime minister. And we know he represents himself as he's representing the Rothschilds. That's all been made absolutely clear.
We have the emails from him showing, like, him telling people that he's the representative of the Rothschilds. So, like if you have, the situation where Rothschilds are profiting from an operation that Epstein seems to be tied to, it just seems like there's something more that should be investigated. And, if you just pull up the email real quick, that's a screenshot, of exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah,
like,
I represent the Rothschilds.
Verbatim from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Thiel. I represent the Rothschilds. And this email was sent in 2016. Shortly after.
He's joking. You got to understand his humor. It's a certain type of humor. You're not getting it. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Right.
So yeah. Let's do the last story. I don't know if you wanted to share any final thoughts on it, but yeah, let's jump to the last story.
No, I think that this was important, and if you guys we're like I've told you guys before, you know what we do on the show. It's not just entertainment. We want to give you the tools to do the work. We'll give you the tools to engage with people. Go look up Trevor Moore. Just to end this segment, Trevor Moore was a real person that had a real potential of a career that was just kicking off, and now he doesn't exist. He's gone. He's no longer alive. The internet does not want you to know about him, but you can do your due diligence. You can go look, do the investigation, find out more. There's stuff we haven't discovered. It's a lot. This takes a lot of work, guys. This takes work. Okay. Yep. Have this information available, because it's going to come up again. As we know, when these Epstein files drop, more stuff's being discovered. We're going to need people that were courageous. Trevor Moore stepping outside of his handlers. And that's probably why we don't have him right now to check in with and have him to come on the show. He can't come on the show because apparently he fell off his freaking balcony. All right.
Yep. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace for sure. Okay. We're gonna do a part 2 on this. We call her Larry Loomer. You guys know Laura Loomer. We call her Larry Loomer. This was a fantastic, I can say a fantastic head-to-head that happened with Carrie Prejean Boller. She's a Catholic. Now, this is what happens when you start taking your Zionism and you put it into legislation and you start making it a crime to have any critique on Israel at all, and you start calling it anti-Semitic. What happens when you take it to the Catholic Church? Well, these two faced off. I'm going to bring this one up here first. Oh my gosh, this is a crazy looking tweet here. I'm gonna pass it to you, Jay, on this one. Let's do this. We got to do a shared screen. Okay, coming right up. And yes, here we go.
Yeah, so as you guys can see here, we have an accurate depiction of what Laura Loomer's soul looks like over there on the right. It's an edited picture, but it's actually extremely accurate if you want to know what her soul looks like, versus Carrie Jean over there on the left. But long story short, Laura has been going around essentially taking the liberty of calling for her to be removed, and then celebrating when she's being removed, announcing the removal. But long story short, we're now in a situation where Carrie is using her faith as the reason why, she is against Zionism, and citing her faith for why she's against it. And again, I think, we're in the direction now where we are getting a new Hegelian dialectic. It's the Catholics versus the Zionists or the Jews or what have you. So, this is something that has played out for a long period of time. And this is nothing against Carrie, because my impression of her is that she is speaking, like what her soul is calling her to speak. And she does give me the feeling that she is being honest about who she is and what she believes. But at the end of the day, sometimes people can be manipulated for certain agendas. And I just have questions that if you have an issue with Zionist corruption and Zionist power, then I just find it strange that out of all the churches you could choose to join, that it would be the Catholic Church, especially when you consider the long history between the Rothschilds and the Vatican. So personally, I have some questions about that. But long story short, the commission that Carrie Jean Boller was a part of, she's now been removed from because of her criticisms of Zion.
She's being removed because she said, wait a minute, you're telling me that because I am Catholic and my faith doesn't involve your Zionist mantra, your Zionist whatever. It's a political mindset. It's a whatever it is. It doesn't. It's not.
She says her faith is anti-Zionist, and I do think she's wrong about that actually, because the Pope himself, the guy who's the Pope now, back in 2015, and even now, he's calling for a two-state solution. So if you're calling for a two-state solution, then you are not anti-Zionist, because an anti-Zionist would be someone, who believes that Palestinians should have equal rights from the river to the sea. And the way Israel is structured right now, it is an ethno-state. So in my interpretation of what anti-Zionism means, I actually don't think she's right that the Catholic faith is inherently anti-Zionist, but that's her interpretation, I guess you could say, of it. But the Pope himself, he doesn't say he's anti-Zionist. He's critical of Israel's actions. He calls out Israel for what they're doing, but I do think she's wrong when she says to be Catholic is to be anti-Zionist, in my opinion.
Okay, but I think you're playing just a little too much emphasis on the semantics and not enough on the fact that what she's doing essentially is she's exposing the hypocrisy and the insanity of anyone trying to legislate critique of Israel as hate for Jews. That's the point.
Oh no, I agree with that.
Exposing that,
I agree with that.
You could go further, and I would say you could easily, if you are on the side of the Zionists, why would you stop at her? Why would you not say the Pope is also anti-Semitic? Because that's also to have any critique at all, to stand with people in Palestine, to stand with the Christians in Palestine, as the Pope, the previous Pope did, that would be considered anti-Semitic according to these legislators that Carrie was standing up to. And that's the whole point, is that she's exposing by saying whether the Catholic Church's history, like you, and again, you make a good point about the Catholic Church history, but she's saying, I don't have to sign up. I'm going to pick and choose from my religion, because that's what, come on, guys, that's what people do.
Yeah, she's exposing the hypocrisy. But I will say, on that panel, they actually said verbatim, you can criticize Israel, but if you use that label, anti-Zionist, then you're anti-Semitic. So that's what they claim. Now, in reality, do they accept that? I would argue no. But in that specific hearing, they were saying, if you describe yourself as anti-Zionist, that's no different than being anti-Semitic. And of course, I disagree with that. But I still believe, I still agree with everything that she's saying and all of her criticisms. I just have questions about why, out of all the religions she could join, and she is actually a fairly fresh convert. Like, I've seen that, in her tweets and her explanations, that she just recently converted to Catholicism. So I just have questions on why that was the religion she chose.
Right. Okay. Well, look, the bottom line is, and this is why we're in this space, guys, we always go with a non-tribal approach to everything, not just news, but to life. And that's why it's easy. It's easy if you're not part of any tribe, whatever church, whatever political party. It's a lot easier to be consistent with your principles and having character and having consistency. Like we said, consistency with principles. Principles aren't principles without consistency. It's a lot harder to do that if you're part of something like even the Catholic Church. It's hard. Okay. So I don't wish it on anyone who's going to say, I'm all in on my thing. How am I going to criticize this thing if I got to be all in on? Guess what? Just detach from all of it. And guess what? You're not going to have any problem being consistent with your own moral compass and your own principles, which you can actually pull from inside. You don't need scripture to tell you how to be a good person. Shocker, guys. You don't need it from a political party. You don't need it from a church. You don't need it from any sort of culty thing. You can make up your own mind. So anyways, in that space, can we go on to Michael Moore? Or did you have something? Because I
pulled it up. For sure. And,
what the hell is going on with Michael Moore? Please explain to me. Do you want to watch this first? Or you want to lead it in?
Let's watch it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This is always hard for me because this guy used to be a hero of mine. What's okay? Let's just play. This is a recent appearance on MSNBC of Michael Moore. I haven't seen him on there in a while, but he certainly keeps his access. He has a way to keep access. All right, here we go.
What is the crime? Because according to my knowledge of history, the enemies of Israel who have been persecuted, the Israelis, the Jewish people of this world have been persecuted for 5,000 years. But for the last 2,000 years, most of the persecution has come from white, European-centric Christians. That's been your enemy. No Palestinian helped to build Auschwitz. No Palestinian stood on the docks of New York City when boatloads of Jewish refugees trying to escape the Holocaust came here to be protected by this country and were turned away at the docks in New York and sent back to Germany to die. No Palestinian did that. No Palestinian ran the Spanish Inquisition. Your enemy is not the Palestinian people. It is white Christian European people who have been slaughtering Jews for the last 2,000 years. And let's just call it for what it is. But why are they in an open air prison? Why are 2 million of them in an open air prison?
So the implication of that is it should be white Christians who are in the open air prison.
Yeah, this is totally
Is
not.
that the implication?
Okay, so Michael Moore he's championing Palestinians, saying don't stop illegally occupying them. That's great.
Yeah.
But it sounds to me like he's recommending that Netanyahu changes his course of action and bombs the shit out of Germany. That's what it sounds like to me. As far as like, what are you doing? What is he talking about? Your enemy, with no regard to your enemy might be within. No regard for that.
It's such idiotic logic, because at the end of the day, have there been religious wars and religious disagreements over the time between all religions, including Christians and Jews? Of course. However, if you look at how the majority of the rich Jews out there made their money, it's largely through doing business with not just Jews, but also non-Jews. So, like, how can you claim to be a victim of Christians and Europeans when you've been doing business with these people for a long time? So it's like, yes, there are some who've discriminated. Yes, there have been some who've been violent, but to just get up there and say that white Christians are your enemy because of the actions of some Christians is adding more fuel to an existing fire. So like, this is why I feel like, there is somewhat of a Hegelian dialect being set up where you get more people going to Christianity to say that they want to combat the Jews, because over time, people have been controlled through religion and through politics. So, it just feels like this is painting it. You're just stoking the anger between both sides right now and pushing people who want to stand up for the Palestinians, into the church. So, and when you have prominent Catholics being pushed to the forefront of this conversation, like Candace Owens, she's one of the loudest critics we know right now, Catholic. Nick Fuentes, not a fan of him, but he's also Catholic. Carrie Jean Boller, she has now been catapulted from not being known at all to now becoming pretty well known, at least in social media. It does feel like Catholics are leading the way, and then you may have other denominations. But with this video from the Pope, which you can go ahead and pull up, I do think the Catholics are being positioned as the good guys in the good guys versus bad guys Hegelian dialect that we could be seeing. So
well, it looks like Adam is kind of making the earlier point I made that Pope Leo is condemning Israeli violence. He's affirming Palestinian sovereignty, and he's calling for what you said, two-state solution. But it's the same question I had. Does that make him an anti-Semite? These are great questions that deserve answers based on the logic that's being fueled by these psychopaths that are pushing legislation right now all throughout Europe and in the U.S. To outlaw critique against Israel. So here's the Pope himself. Let's hear it.
At the same time, we see this in the Holy Land, where despite the truce announced in October, the civilian population continues to endure a serious humanitarian crisis, adding further suffering to that already experienced. The Holy See is especially attentive to any diplomatic initiative that seeks to guarantee to the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip a future of lasting peace and justice in their own land. as well as to the entire Palestinian people and the entire Israeli people. In particular, the two-state solution remains the institutional perspective for meeting the legitimate aspirations for both peoples. Yet sadly, there has been an increase in violence in the West Bank against the Palestinian civilian population, which has the right to live in peace in its own land.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, when I hear anti-Zionist, that in my mind means someone believes that Palestinians should have equal rights in the entirety of that land. So, I wouldn't describe the Pope as an anti-Zionist. I would describe him as someone who is a reasonable Zionist at this point in time, because, or a more reasonable Zionist, I guess you could say, because he believes that Israel should still have a right to exist. But if you look at the current state of Israel, it is an ethno state. Like, it is a state that prioritizes Jews, not Palestinians and people who are from that land, and it denies the right of Palestinians to go there, like, even though they invite people who have no connection to that land. Like any European can convert to Judaism and then go get like land in Israel. So
yeah.
So that, like, I have a problem personally with supporting the existence like of an ethno state. So does that mean I don't think Israel should exist? I don't think an ethno state should exist. So if Israel is willing to give equal rights to everyone and treat everyone equally, and not just encourage immigration from everyone, from Europeans, while excluding Palestinians, then I could see myself, okay, well, if that's the new Zionism, I'm not necessarily against that. But nowhere in Judaism does it say that the Jewish state has to be established by ethnically cleansing people who were already there to establish a state of Europeans like over there. So
you're sounding very, very hateful of Jews right now, Jay, and I think they need to put you right on that domestic terrorist watch list, just with me as well, because how dare you have such a rational view of an ethno state. And by the way, Michael Rappaport, he went over there, he told us, he said, "Where's the apartheid? Where is it? I don't see it. Where's the apartheid?" So
he avoided Gaza in the West Strip, of course, as he was making that video.
Yeah. But hey, Jay, always appreciate the thoughtful discussion and analysis you bring every time to the homeless stuff. Can you tell people what you have coming up and where they can find you?
Yeah, sure. So, right now I'm working on building up the We the People Party and supporting third-party movements across the country. So I believe decentralization is how we solve the problems in politics in the country. Of course, I have most of my economic policies lean left for sure, but I think the We the People Party lays the foundation on how to bring people together from across the aisle. So you can check out www.wtpnational.com for more information on that, or just follow me on Twitter and then you'll hit the link. So my Twitter is @JSAscension. So I appreciate you, Matt. Great work, and I'll catch you soon.
Excellent. All right, Jay. Take care.
Later.
See you next time. Jay Scott, everybody. All right. Welcome all the homeless lefties, homeless wherever you're from, to our space, a non-tribal approach to news network. We're actually going to be here for a little longer. We're doing a little overtime today. We got to do it because we got just a lot of content to cover. We have 2 more segments coming up after we interact with you. That's actually happening right now. We're not taking a break. We're gonna go right to it. We're ready to go. We know you guys are ready because we've seen so many comments, so many engagements coming through on our Rumble channel, on our YouTube channel. Seems like there's a lot of action happening. So what better way to filter through the action and get these comments read and respond to you, because this is interactive. This is not just entertainment. We want you guys to have the tools you can have to go out there and continue these conversations. So without further ado, let's do some talking back. We're going to bring in Nurse Leslie here. Let's do the little intro. You guys love it. You guys love it. The little jingle. Here we go. Some talking back. Let's do it. There she is. Hey. Oh, we got to do the unmute. Unmute on you. I think you got to press the unmute on your.
Okay, what about now?
Oh, perfect.
Okay, sorry. Hi, Matt. Hi, everyone. Yeah, there's a lot of engagement, and like every other Thursday, there's so many comments. I wish I had the time to read them all, but I can't. I chose several of them. I do see a lot of new faces, new names on YouTube. I think Rumble as well. So welcome, everyone. My name is Leslie. I am a nurse, and I'm a wife, and I am a sister and a daughter and everything else. I read the comments towards the end of the Homeless Left show, of Matt's show. And so I do a lot of the commentary, the questions and things like that. Now I do some commentary. But you know what? I'm a nurse, Matt. I don't know anything. I just know that I used to be a lefty until things started to look very, very weird. Yeah. And so I'm not right. I'm not left. I don't know where I am. I'm a homeless political commentator now. I don't know. I think a lot of us are.
Things. You're all those things, Leslie. And, you're a nurse. You're somebody who's versed in the medical arena. And you're one of the few that ask the right questions, that connect with the patients, connect with the people, which we wish we had more of you. And I think that's why our audience appreciates your authenticity that you bring to the table. We learned through COVID, we don't have to be masters and experts in our crafts, although you happen to be a medical expert, but we don't have to be masters in geopolitical science. We don't have to be masters in economics. We don't have to be masters in any of these fields to have critical thinking skills, to have a human decency, to be
have
able
curiosity, right?
Yes. And these are the qualities that I think people crave right now. And that's why they look to us in this space. It's not my show, it's our show. And all you people out there that have been part of this, all you people, you know what I'm talking about, you people, all you've been part of what we've been doing. We welcome one and all. And I'll pass it to you, Nurse Leslie, today. This show is, we're calling this episode The People versus the Psychopaths, because that's where it's come to. You're either with the people or you're with the psychopaths. And we welcome all the people that are actually watching and engaging. And we trust there's no psychopaths in our space. But if there are, we'll engage with you too. You know what?
We'll engage with you too.
We'll engage with you too. Because we don't close the doors to anyone. We're not a cult. We're not a tribe. We're not a party. We're just a community. Take it away, Nurse Leslie.
That's right. And everyone, if you see any nurses outside your local hospitals, please support them. It's not all about our money and our wages. It's about patient safety and our patient care. The strikes are still happening across the United States, so please support your healthcare workers too. Please, please, please. I'll respond. I mean, this one just came in from Anon user, I think it is Rumble. Luigi, I am a leftist. And I still am at heart, I guess. But right now with this climate, with our leaders and everything that's going on in the world, I like the show is telling everyone I'm a homeless lefty too. So yes, thank you, Anon user. And there's so many great ones coming in. Hi, Stoop Sign. And one just from Jens. Hi, Jens. Okay, so let me pull up. I think you already read Citizens from YouTube, right?
Yes, and we also saw a new super chat. I think one of our viewers had not figured out how to do the YouTube screws up payment stuff all the time, but they finally did. So I appreciated them figuring out how to do that. And we appreciate any super chat on YouTube. We appreciate any Rumble rant on Rumble. It does help us out, and we love you guys for it.
Yeah, and I this one's from Rumble. I just posted. Yeah. For some reason, Rumble rants do not show up on StreamYard, but it's from Stoop Sign. Thank you for the support, Stoop. This shows a whole meal with pasta, a wine glass, and a J for dessert. I love that. Let's copy and paste that somewhere.
That's good. That's good. We got to throw a little L for love in there too, because a good meal is always made with love. So that's for you, Leslie.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll read this one just because I like it too. Citizen says, Matt's such a Taurus, Les. You are, aren't you? You're a Taurus. Very set in his ways.
How did he know that? How do you know
How
that?
did you know that?
How did you know that? That's interesting.
Did you tell him one day and then he went, I knew it.
I mean, sometimes people get, you know what? Actually, people don't guess enough. You know what they do? They always say, what sign are you? And then you tell them, Taurus. And then they go, oh, I knew it. And then we say, oh, you do, didn't you? Then why did you have to ask me? You should have just told me. But hey, Citizen actually told me. So hey, there you go. Yeah, pretty set, but not in a, I'm set in the things I know, but I'm open to learn new things and then to, kind of guide myself to new ideas and new aha moments. So I think you can be set in your ways and open to evolve. You can do both. I try.
Of course. Hi to Matthew, Eno Shadowwalker, Myra, Donald Duck's mom. I love that name since I saw it. And Leora and everyone. Really cool to see returning people and new people. Okay, let's see. I'll read this one from around 2 p.m. from Calling Larry. Surprised all of SNL wasn't in the files. Sure, that was recruitment zone for them. They sure have ties to Is Not Real. Thank you. Shadow Walker, blue MAGA is more dangerous than red because Karens hide behind moderation better. I thought that was an interesting comment. The blue MAGA more dangerous than red. I think I agree with you on that. Thank you, Shadow Walker.
Yeah, isn't that another example of wolves in sheep's clothing or something? I don't know. There's a virtue signal element. We talk about the two missile fighter jets with the missiles going to the same place, blowing up the same people. One of them is a Republican, and one of them is the Dems. But the Dems, they have the little stickers, the peace signs, the rainbows.
Don't say that. This would cost me a bunch of my friends to get really upset at me.
Yeah. That's, to me, that is more dangerous. That is it. Like, look, they're gonna have the same result, right? We're gonna have the same outcome. The same dead bodies, the same scattered remains of life are gone, and the same resources stolen, and the same propaganda sold to the public. But there is something a little worse about it being done with the rainbow stickers and there's something a little worse, a little more dangerous, because you can maneuver a little bit easier around.
Absolutely, you can. Everyone was blinded to the horrific things the Democratic Party did, and they still are. That's the worst part. Khaled in Cat Blessed. I probably said it wrong. Trump is a shit human, but yes, great performer, very natural. I thought this comment was interesting. He is very natural. He's very funny.
We have to distinguish. We had a little debate on this, me and Craig Pasta, because we had, I think people, sometimes they mistake intelligence for a talent. The talent is not intelligence. A talent is a talent. And Trump has a talent of performing. That's not saying, so we can say he has no idea how to play chess, but he knows how to perform. So he's not playing 6D chess. Sorry, guys, he ain't playing 6D chess, but he knows how to perform. Those are two separate things. Just pointing it out. So yes, agreed.
From Brenda Holiday 003, longtime pasta fan here. Good to tune into your channel. Very cool. And everyone, don't forget to hit like and subscribe button. And thank you all for the support and for tuning in, for your comments. This is really fun. Khaled in Cat Blessed. Am I saying that wrong? I like hearing y'all debate. I think they're talking about you and our friend Pasta.
And
Jay?
No. And Jay, we had the three of us. We were debating Pam Bondi and who's calling the shots. Is it Israel? Is it Trump? Is it some other dark, mysterious thing? But at the end of the day, like, yes, debating is cool. The only drawback to debating is it does, for us, maybe it's not for you guys. The drawback for us is it extends the show and it takes a little more energy. But we do it because we care about you and we want to have those important conversations. We're not just spewing out the news and having the same opinion and moving on. We're giving you guys that conversation, which I think is very important, even if it does take more time than usual. It might take more time than other people covering the same stories on other channels. I don't know. Our show seems to go, I don't know why. Why do we go so, Leslie, why do we go so long? What is it? We try to cover everything, and then 4 hours turn into 5. I don't know what happens.
There's just too much to cover. I get it. Too much.
But we're having conversations. We're not just saying this happened, whatever. We're talking about it. Maybe. I don't know what it is.
From Julia MR 8416, look up the skit from Trevor Moore about the Illuminati. he had a fatal accident shortly afterwards.
This is the one we played on the show on Tuesday. Okay. We were forced to edit it out of the stream, not even for monetary purposes, because sometimes we'll take a hit. YouTube will say you can't monetize, but we can still show it. And we'll be like, you know what? We'll take the hit. We'll say we don't want to be monetized. We'd rather people see it. In this case, YouTube said nobody is going to see this episode until you edit it out. So that Illuminati sketch has been edited out of our feed. It's on the Rumble channel, but you guys go look it up yourselves and watch it. It's very important. It's very funny, but we're not laughing because the guy is dead, and so it's not as funny. But go watch it. It's a good one.
From JWC Lao Wen, people have died in ICE detention centers. At least 32 deaths recorded in 2025. And I think if you add on 5 more years or a decade or 2 decades or 3, there have been a lot more deaths than that. Very sad. Thank you.
The operative word is recorded. We don't even know the ones that aren't recorded.
Recorded, correct. Yeah. Citizen, right here. Thanks for tuning in.
We're doing it.
I like this comment as well from JWC. Thank you. Jungle Jare, best show on Rumble. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Jungle Jare.
Manufacturing excitement, next level. Yikes.
Yes, it's not just consent. It's the next phase. We're not just getting consent to do horrible things. People are lining up and are excited about the horrible things. It's hard. It's sad. It's sad.
Stoop sign. I honestly think if you can make it here, then you belong here. And if you commit a crime here, we shouldn't deport you. We have enough money to support everyone if we tax the 1%. I agree with that. There's enough money for everything and anything if we tax the 1%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't need nukes. Oh, from CR card. Don't need nukes to proclaim World War III. I think we are in World War III. What do you think about that, Matt? Are we in World War III?
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it that's why we do the segment World War III Watch. And I will specify that I agree with this completely.
Yeah.
Nukes don't define it, but the history books will define it, and they will retroactively tell us. And what we've always said is it's probably going to tell us that it started in 2014. That's going to be when things started, when the pieces started falling into place, manufacturing these different conflicts, the Ukraine proxy war, and everything that's happened since then seems to be the global playing field began in 2014. So we don't know when that's going to be declared, but yeah, it's not dependent on nukes being fired for sure.
Okay. Longtime listener, our police go back further than Israel to slave patrols. Israel has been influenced by the U.S. and British Empire. Thanks for the comment and for tuning in, longtime listener. Are they still
influenced by British Empire? I don't think I just don't see the influence by the U.S. I think Israel, they come and they train our police. We're a lot newer.
Other way around, huh?
Yeah, we're a lot newer than the UK. So I don't. Those histories are way different. The British Empire they're the ones who got the Balfour Declaration in play and got the deed to capture that land. The U.S. had nothing really to do with it at that moment. I mean, I guess maybe as an ally, perhaps, but I do think that those relationships are much different. And now we are the ones that are being influenced. I think dramatically influenced by Israel and how we conduct our policing. 100% IDF trained police officers in major cities, LA, New York, Chicago, and of course, ICE agents now being trained by IDF. So it's, yeah, but you do have to go back to the British Empire to see the roots of where Israel got it from originally. Yes.
Stoop sign viewers, what's the number one thing you'd like to see me do in DC related to content within the confines of the law, and no Jose Vega style interventions either. I want to do that one day, the Jose Vega style intervention. So Utopians responded with, Senator, if you were cannibal, what would be your favorite recipe? I thought that was funny. Hi to Myra. Let's see. CR card, Stoop sign. I think they have something on Bernie's life.
Yeah, we thought that back in 2016. We also thought Bernie looked a little weird with the black eye thing going on at the DNC. It is weird, but whatever the case may be, if it's blackmail, if it's coercion of any sort, We know we're not stupid. We got it. We figured it out, Bernie. You're just a pawn, and you're a distraction. You're a Pied Piper. You herd us right back into the Democratic Party. You should have herded us out, but you herded us right back in 2020. We won't fall for it more than twice. Or well, I guess you could say we kind of fell for it twice. We certainly won't fall for it 3 times. That's not happening.
From Eric1568, Matt, you should look into Cuba. Trump has blockaded the island, cut off gas and food. People will soon be starving. Trump prepared to do that, to do to Cuba what Bibi did to Gaza. Ooh, I have not looked into that.
Yeah, we discussed this, and we saw the comment earlier while we were having discussion on World War III Watch. And
Okay, good. You did.
We did tap into that and the timing of that. And we know that Lindsey Graham has literally been salivating over the fall of Cuba. Yeah, these are little maneuvers, and timing is everything. We're going to have to follow up on that. We'll follow up on that story next week for sure. But yeah, it's very important to look into that.
I'm reading all these new comments coming. I love it. This is such an intelligent group of people. I wish we could have these convos in real life with others. Thank you guys for sticking around.
Real life. It's this, yeah.
Chad Stickler says dead bodies are mixed with seed grains fed to livestock worldwide. Ugh, that makes me.
Not until after they remove the organs for there's value. There's value for organs.
You mean the black market? Oh wait.
Yeah, but yeah.
Rib Trevor Moore. Thank you, JWC. Yeah. Longmeadow. What's up, Longmeadow? Matt's best quote for today's show. This takes work.
Well, yeah. I mean, it does. It takes work, but it's for all of us. We all got to do the work, right? We all got to do it, or not. We could just check out.
A lot of people have. We just can't seem to.
Yeah,
it's too hard to. Jungle Jare, imagine saying the words, "I hope we can pull this off," but referring to killing or displacing or making destitute hundreds of thousands of people. Thank you, Jungle Jare. Yep. I didn't know, from Whitewood 66, I didn't know if she really meant the faith or just Catholics in general. I still have more hopes in Catholics than in Christian Zionism right now. I feel the same, Whitewoods. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully they're all waking up little by little. Yeah.
From Matthew Wright 4569, this is the Great Awakening. From Anon User again, yeah, Germany should have become Israel after World War II, and that would have been justice.
Yeah, it's weird. Michael Moore saying, "Hey, stop hurting Palestinians. Go hurt Whitey, and go get revenge on what other people did to you, Israel, not Palestine." It's like, what? Who are you advocating to bomb? Mike, are you making is Michael Moore making a sequel to Who Do We Bomb Next? Is he saying that literally? Because he was saying it sarcastically in his film. He has a film called Who Do We Invade Next? Right. So is he working on a sequel where this one's not sarcastic? He's actually saying, Israel, you should, rather than starving and bombing and bulldozing over Gaza, why don't you go get revenge on white people who actually hurt you over centuries? And he has no indication of any self-reflection of enemy within. And shouldn't we all be doing that? I mean, God, it's enemy within. Come on, stop looking for the next place to attack. So whatever, man.
Hey, Matt, it's one big club and you aren't in it. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, George Carlin.
Oops. And on User, I'm anti-Zionist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist. Would you describe yourself as that, Matt?
Oh yeah, I'm anti all those things. I wish there was a better word than anti, but how about just I choose
someone
not to
else
participate.
mentioned something about the word
I saw
anti.
that.
Yeah.
That's a fair argument. You could say anti is very negative to say anti, but is there another way we can say, hey, we just check out of these things? We're not participating. We're gonna not participate. Can we say that? Is there a way to say that without being negative about it? Because it seems like the thing that we're saying we're not participating in it, that is the negative thing. So
Well, I'm anti-war and anti-genocide. That's like two negatives, so that must make a positive.
No, but like, is there a way we could say it's a positive? Like we're
for
pro.
peace.
we're pro not participating in your psychopathic ritualistic
Yeah,
cults,
what's the one word that could describe that?
yeah.
I'll read this one. What do you think, Matt? From Stoop Sign again. I think THL is invoking white grievance politics, while Michael Moore is a bit hyper woke. I really think white people shouldn't have too much of their identity in whiteness. Same with Jews or any race.
Yeah, I think that we should all stop trying to identify with our skin color, and I think we should find other more creative, more effective ways we can identify with being human. I mean, there's other ways we can do it. I mean, we see just Jews, not necessarily Jews, but the ones that Zionist, we'll say Zionist Jews, right? So Jewish supremacy minded people, they absolutely take advantage of that, and they weaponize that identification. That's how they use it. They use it. Like I get to be this. Everybody's jealous. Everybody wants to be me. Therefore, I'm ready to attack. And I was chosen. You weren't. F you. It's that Michael Rappaport behavior. It's a psychopath, but it's this entitlement based on identifying as a thing and saying, I identify it, you don't, therefore I win. Let's just not do that with anything. We should just not do that.
And on user says pro-life. Agree 100%. Yep.
Pro-life.
Utopians, pro-human life.
Pro-human life. There it is. Let's try that one. Pro-human. That's it. That one hasn't been
pro-human. Yeah.
Pro-human life.
Yeah, pro-life has been, that means something else. Yeah.
Tainted. That's not what we're saying. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
By the way, if you're if you identify as pro-life and you have no position on the war machine, you're kind of a hypocrite. If you identify as pro-life and you're pro-death penalty, you're kind of a hypocrite. If you're so I'm just saying, like, pro-life, what do you mean? So let's that's so tainted expression. We're pro-human life. How about that?
From Pulling the Strings. You know what's funny? The Zionists said they shared values with the Nazis and US, and you know what links them all? They all think they are the chosen and superior to everyone else.
You know, when there were a few people making comparisons of the IDF to Nazis early on in the genocide, and you weren't allowed to do that. That was, oh, you can't. That was like really disrespectful. How dare you? These guys attacked, Hamas attacked. Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? October 7th, 40 beheaded babies, blah, 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 blah. But if you even uttered that comparison, how could you? The people, haven't the Jews been through so much? Haven't they been through enough? How would you make? Well, the more time has gone on, people are saying that was very accurate. There is a methodology to the way the IDF behaves. There's a methodology to the way Nazis behave. They identify as with the same superiority, the same, we can get away with anything we want, and it's entitlement. It's disregard for human life and looking down at others as animals, right? The animal attack. So you don't have to lose sleep because you're killing the rodent. Get rid of the pest. Pest control is here. Right? So this is something that now people are going, oh, maybe they had a point when they were saying that early. Because seems pretty accurate.
I'll read this one from Pulling the Strings as well. While the U.S. is distracted by the Epstein files, Israel is refusing to move on to phase 2 and saying they will execute Palestinians they are holding in prison. I heard about this. Disgusting. Thanks.
Well, luckily, it's sad that that's getting no coverage. It's sad that people fell for the ceasefire. Congratulations, Trump, with your ceasefire, your Gaza peace board of peace bullshit. You did it. Trump did it. No, he didn't. It's all, you fell for it. It's a venture capitalist deal that he signed into action. This peace board of peace. There is no ceasefire. Israel breaks every bit of it, and they keep murdering people. And no, what are we gonna do? Well, we told you so. Oh, the worst, Leslie, isn't the worst that when the ceasefire deal was announced, those assholes that came at us and said, where are you guys, the pro-pal? Why are you not celebrating? Mission accomplished. We're like, mission accomplished. Yeah, exactly. That's like the George Bush mission accomplished banner from 2003. It's bullshit. There's nothing to celebrate. We're still occupying. We're still murdering. It's just because you threw a banner up behind you and did some sort of PR deal. Mission accomplished. We ain't falling for that shit. Don't tell us we should be in the streets celebrating. F that.
Let's see, where did I leave off? Anon says you have to make your home, your community, communityism for all. I like that.
Ha! Communityism. Love it.
Communityism. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
White Woods, yes, Matt's comments about lack of expertise remind me of Macklemore's early speech where he said, I don't know enough, but I know enough that this is a genocide. Thank you, White Woods, for that.
Thank you.
Alan Olive, all wolves in sheep's clothing. Yep, you sure are. What do we say? The Democratic Party are the wolves that wore the sheep's clothing.
Malcolm X told us that. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
That was, and I think Martin Luther King was a little more of an optimist when it came to connecting the movement and sitting with Lyndon B. Johnson and having the little Civil Rights Act signed. But Malcolm told us, watch out for those shit. If they were saying, watch out for those shit libs before that was a thing, before Jimmy Dore made shit lib a thing, it was Malcolm X. He said, watch out for those shit libs in his own words.
Oh, whoops, I didn't read that one. I'm against supremacist ideology. We are too. Thank you, CW. Mm-hmm. Zionism, capitalism, war, genocide, imperialism, and colonialism are all anti-life. Yes, they are.
Anti-life. That's what they are. They are the anti, not us. They are the anti.
So many new comments, but I'm done for today, I think.
Oh yes. No, thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you for going through those. And
there's just so many, and you guys have such great comments. I wish I could read them all.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Donald Doug's mom, so cool to have you on. Sorry that YouTube is giving you trouble, but thank you for being on.
Well, we did get a little, I think Donald Duck's mom figured it out with the YouTube thing, because we got a little it was a $1 test. Yeah, she figured it out. Thank you. It works.
I like that bird.
Yeah.
All righty.
Okay. Well,
thank you guys. I had a blast. Have a good
Awesome.
rest of your day and have a beautiful weekend, and happy capitalist holiday Valentine's Day on
oh my God.
on Saturday. Is Saturday
Yeah.
the 14th?
Yeah.
Just make sure to spend quality time with your loved ones. Don't worry too much about expensive gifts or any of that silly things.
Yes. I
Quality
like
time.
that. I like that. Guys, it's the memories of the moment are way more important than the item. Don't fall for the Hallmark crap. Create moments, right? Moments create memories. And that's what Valentine's Day should be. Whether you're with somebody special or not, find the friend or the family, create a moment. It happens to be a 3-day weekend as well, so take advantage of that. I know we will be. So let's take advantage of that opportunity. Yeah, Capitalist Day. Barf. Love it.
Thank
Love
you,
it.
Mindful Stop. Really nice. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
There's
All right.
more to come. I'm just done.
Okay. I'll throw the rest of them up the most I can after we do the next two. But thank you so much, Leslie, for talking back with us. Always appreciate it.
Thank you. And thanks to Banzo. I don't think they're here anymore, but Banzo Beans is
Oh
always...
yeah, thank you, Banzo, for bringing over Due Dissidence earlier. If you guys are still watching us, I know other streams are going on too, but we love that you guys are here with us. Thanks so much. Yeah.
All right, bye guys.
Okay, see ya. All right, guys. Like we told you before, this was going to be an extra longer episode. We already cleared the 4-hour mark. We might get closer to 5. Who knows? But I do have two more what we call segments coming up right now. Here's what we're gonna do: go grab a drink, bathroom break. This will be quick, so do it fast. We have two more segments. I'm gonna whip through them. They're very good. We prepped them, so I'm not gonna push them till next week. We're gonna do them right now. And yeah, so go do that right now, and we'll see you guys back here in. Oh, okay. I clicked it first. Let me click it again. We'll see you guys back here in about 2.5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's the Homeless Live. All right, we are back with you guys. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. We're coming into our the top of our 5th hour here, guys. So thanks for sticking with us. If you're joining us late, no worries. We don't expect you guys to be tuned in for every second, but that's why we keep the show up. You guys can always go back, watch it on a replay Rumble. It's always up there, every live show. If you don't have that type of time to do 4 or 5 hour marathon sessions like we have to do, you can just, watch the segments. We upload those. We try to get those up quickly after each episode. We are on twice a week here. And those segments are useful because they kind of hone in on one topic here, one topic there. These are conversation pieces, conversation starters. You can share these out with people that might be interested in some of these investigations that we conduct, some of these conversations we have, some of these debates that unfold right here on the show live. You guys have seen it. You guys have seen us get into it with our guests a little bit, get into even the co-hosts, a couple little friendly button the heads. But those are important moments because they keep us honest and they keep us in a place that we're not just in an echo chamber. We're trying to hash things out, and we hope that you can utilize those tools we use in those debates, in those spur of the moment occurrences, which you have in your own life. We all have those. They happen at the most random times. They happen in the office. They happen at the dinner table. They happen. Who knows? You might be on a date and the wrong thing comes up and you have this awkward thing. There are moments where you need to step back. There's moments when you need to listen, and then there's moments when you need to offer information. And there's tactics and techniques you can learn how to do that, how to do that better. And then I think ultimately the thing we have to remember is we're not, when we go into a conversation and it starts feeling like a debate, the goal of that moment or the goal of whatever you call that conversation, that debate, the goal isn't to win the fight or the argument. The goal is to go for understanding. That's ultimately what we all should be aspiring to do. If we can achieve understanding, then we can achieve alignment with people that we generally wouldn't even be in the same room with otherwise. They don't want us hanging out. They don't want Trumpers and Kamalas and any of these people. They don't want them hanging out together. They want us canceling Thanksgiving. They want us canceling our plans and unfriending on social media. They like it when we do that. Let's not do that. Let's not give them what they want. Here we are. Let's do this. Okay. Two more segments. First one's ready to go. We call this segment, you guys know we haven't done it for a little bit, but it's time for a little, we know what it's not. Let's go for it. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They're coming back with answers. We promise you, we assure you they're going to figure it out one of these days. In the meantime, we just have to be patient. We're not experts. We're not professionals. What the hell do we know? We're just waiting for our next instruction of lockdown, of social distancing. How many masks do we need to wear? We're waiting for our next instruction. The Church of Fauci is working on it. But there's one thing we know as we're waiting patiently is that whatever happened to our loved ones, whatever happened in these very sudden and unexpected incidences that keep occurring with young people and young, healthy athletes, one thing we know for sure, and that is we know what it's not. The RFK Maha movement has kind of self-imploded. Now, some would argue, well, they're getting a lot done. He's doing a lot for the food, challenging big food and looking into this, preservatives and pesticides. And he's doing stuff. He is doing stuff about mandates, which is very good. We hate mandates. All that is great. But one thing that people are noticing, and I'm just going to put this out just so people understand that there has been an actual silence on the COVID vax itself. That isn't being dealt with. In fact, it's the opposite. This silence, or worse than silence, it's pushing contracts with Albert Bourda. When we talk about Pfizer getting this opportunity to invest in Trump RX, that alone, just Kennedy having to stand there and watch that deal happen and not say anything, those moments, those are giveaway moments. And so even just the silence alone on the vax and the poison that's in this mRNA technology, which he ran on, that we would eliminate, that would not be in the lexicon, it would not be in the medical arena anymore. This literal poison, the SV40 contagion that's inside the vaccine, that's a fact, it's in there, cancer-causing carcinogen is in the vaccine. The silence has shaken the core of the Maha movement. Okay, so we can speculate why Was that always the intention? Is he just weaker? Is he just not as good? Is he like that athlete that came short? He was the number one pick, and then he ended up on the bench, and then he ended up traded. Is that why? Well, we know this. The key supporters of the Maha movement are beginning to turn on RFK Jr. Why? Well, the COVID vaccine issue has all but vanished from the agenda. COVID was once the heart of Kennedy's platform. Now it's like it never happened. So why is this happening? We've had many theories. We've talked with different guests, different medical professionals. We've had a lot of doctors come on, discuss this with us. One thing has been made clear to us. There is a topic that seems to be off limits when it comes to having this conversation about Maha. Why are we hitting walls? Why is Trump telling RFK, your focus is going to be on food? It's going to be on, at one point he was supposed to be focusing on the chemtrail problem. He barely did anything with that. As far as, trying to, get those laws in place to stop this overhead chemtrail stuff. I know it's condensation. Okay. Anyways, the thing that we can't talk about is the Israel connection. That's the part that's kind of off limits because either it's too much to handle, or there are actually a lot of people in the medical freedom movement that might be, I don't want to say closet Zionists. I don't know what you call them, but they don't want to have that discussion. The Brent Weinsteins out there, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. The Brent Weinsteins. I'm not going to name a list, but that one sticks on the top of my head. We'll just leave it. That's the short list. I'm just going to leave it at Brett. We won't incriminate anyone else. Brett Weinstein has not been on the show, so I'm not throwing guests under the bus because Brett will never come on this show, not after he's seen our critique on Israel. But Brett got a lot of stuff right about COVID. Well, a lot of stuff he was late to the table on. We won't get into Brett today. However, we talk about the Israel connection to COVID. This should be an eye-opener to everyone, whether you're uncomfortable with it or not. This is actually a thing. This is actually a thing. This is an Israeli citizen, Ori Solomon. The article is asking with a question mark because this is a local Las Vegas news channel because there's something went down in Vegas. We're going to get to it. What does Ori Solomon have to do with this? Well, he was a property manager. What they won't tell you in this article, and you'll see, they won't tell you that he's an Israeli citizen. They're not going to tell you that. But what is the deal? What is going on? Well, this property manager, Ori Solomon, they released him on bail ahead of a trial in which he's linked to in Las Vegas to illegal biolab manufacturing, whatever. There is a biolab case that he is a suspect in, and he has a trial coming up. They let him go on bail. He had to confiscate his passport. They won't tell you the passport to where his passport is issued. They won't tell you that. But let's see how they covered it on this ABC 13 Las Vegas outlet. So Ori Solomon, property manager, faces charges in connection with an illegal biolab at a Las Vegas short-term rental, will be released from custody while he awaits trial. He was arrested on Saturday after local and federal investigators discovered what had been an illegal biological lab inside a home he managed near Washington Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard. Investigators have recovered suspected biological materials and lab equipment at this point. Authorities tell us testing on those materials is still underway. It's not actually clear what was found exactly. Authorities say he worked for this part they want you to know. He worked for a Chinese citizen. Okay. Zhu. He goes by the alias David He. The property records identified Zhu as the owner of the home on Sugar Springs Drive. Okay. So they worked together. Now, Zhu is jailed in California and faces charges related to the 2023 investigation into illegal laboratory in California. This is near Fresno. There's a lot of meth stuff going on in Fresno. Just so you guys know, Fresno's got a lot of Breaking Bad stuff. I think a lot of the Walter White stuff was based on that area, that kind of open desert area in Fresno where you have, I don't know, random trailer, little setups, and you have these random oopsie explosions that go off when people accidentally set fire to their trailer homes. But in a warehouse linked to Zhu, investigators found pathogens that include samples of COVID-19 and what? Huh? Wait, what? Hundreds of mice and misbranded medical tests? Okay. Why would you have samples? What is the samples of COVID-19? What the hell is that? What is going on? Well, Hotspot reported out that this, yes, thank you, Hotspot, for telling us, yes, he's an Israeli citizen. He was caught running secret biolabs in the United States. So this is a legitimate question. You remember how conservatives were melting down about China running biolabs? Well, look, there's a reason they're melting down about China, and they're still melting down is because publications still like to include China whenever they effing can. They love doing that. That's a deflector for those conservatives. Well, it turns out that it was Israelis the whole time. Notice how silent they are. Well, I just got to say, Hotspot, the silence isn't because they are feeling embarrassed. The silence is because they still don't know. They still don't know. That's part of it. I'm not giving them excuses. I'm just saying they don't know because the media hides that part. Well, let's see the little story from Hotspot. This is a friend of the show, Nick Cruz. He does a little breakdown of what actually happened and why we should be furious right now, and we should be trying to educate people about this, especially in the medical freedom movement community, because this could kind of connect the dots on what the hell's going on with RFK Jr. Take it away, Nick Cruz.
Conservative media was running with the story about how the Chinese Communist Party was running secret biolabs in the United States. Well, oops, it was actually revealed that it was the Israelis that was doing it. Wait, where is all the conservative outrage now? Israeli property manager Ori Solomon was arrested for illegally running a secret biolab out of Las Vegas that was researching and developing extremely dangerous pathogens. All the conservative influencers who claimed that China was planning on building secret biolabs in the United States are completely quiet now that it was exposed as an Israeli plot. Was Israel planning a false flag biological attack on Americans that they plan to pin on Iran, China, or any other enemy of the Zionist regime? Either way, this was extremely dangerous, and the person responsible must be stopped, and this organization must be looked into. And this bioterrorist was just released by a judge that was appointed by the Trump administration in 2019. And you guessed it, the judge who released this bioterrorist is of Jewish descent whose family has ties to Israel. Every single fucking time. This story hits a bit different when you remember all the Jewish supremacists who threatened America with plagues and misfortune if they ever abandoned the state of Israel.
Societies that fail to protect their Jews, or worse, turn against them, often hasten their own decline. Ancient Egypt enslaved the Jews, oppressed them harshly, and defied their cries for freedom, only to be broken by devastating plagues that struck at the heart of its power. America's extraordinary success flows from its historic embrace of Judeo-Christian values. I offer my assistance to this commission and the White House, recommendations, implementation, whatever is needed. This is the hill I am willing to die on. I'm Yisrael Chai.
Really sounds like a threat now, doesn't it?
And there it is. Good job. Good work, Nick and Hotspot team. Yeah, I'm answering the question for you in regards to why conservatives are silent. And when I say conservatives, it's like we're talking about people who have either been 100% Zionist this whole time, which you can't really talk. It's really hard to get any real conversation with them. But then there's those, and I mentioned this. Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, sorry, a little techno issue. It's to those who have just been choosing to ignore that part, right? The Brett Weinsteins, right? There's people that just they don't want to talk. They want to say, hey, RFK, do a little more. You can't do more because there's a mechanism in place that produces this type of I would say makes room for the space for Israel to get away with all this, as RFK Jr. is pretending to go through the motions of we have to stop the thing that has been killing people for the last 6 years. Well, how can you stop that if the mechanism that you say Netanyahu gets a free pass to do whatever he needs to do to protect Israel, and that IDF is the greatest, most moral army in the planet, This is our Health and Human Services Secretary. Of course, these issues are combined. So I'm not giving cover to people that don't want to talk about Israel, but they only want to talk about, mRNA, not Israel. And they don't understand that Netanyahu has literally a trophy of a syringe from COVID in his effing office in Tel Aviv. Like they don't want to talk about that, but I think it's time we start talking about that. Because when we say we know what it's not, that's not just a reference to we're not allowed to talk about the mRNA that has a cancer carcinogen that literally has killed people. And we can't talk about that when people drop dead for no reason, young, healthy people getting rapid cancer and dying. It's not that we say we know what it's not because it's a reference to that thing we can't talk about. We're also saying we're not allowed to talk about the other thing that we can't mention when talking about medical freedom, the medical freedom movement and the medical freedom community and the failed Maha movement. The other thing we can't say is what? I'll give you a hint. It starts with the letter I and rhymes with Schmizrael. Before we finish this segment, you guys know that we know what it's not. We always bookend it at the end with what? A little update on bad news. Just this is a quickie. I needed to report on this. We have to give the disclaimer, completely unrelated to the story we just covered. Nothing to do with any of this Biolabs stuff and Maha failure and ties to Israel. Just want to let you know that this happened and we don't know why, but we have to report on it. And unfortunately, James Van Der Beek of Dawson's Creek fame is dead at 48 years old after a cancer diagnosis, which, as we know, this has become perfectly acceptable and normal for 40-year-olds to get diagnosis with cancer and rapid cancer for that matter. It hit him pretty hard in these last couple years. And we have no idea why these last couple of years, what the timing of that was, what he was doing, what he wasn't doing. Well, we do know one thing he was doing. He was doing some AstraZeneca promotion, probably getting paid a little stipend for this little photo op, pushing flu shots through AstraZeneca, who we know AstraZeneca was a pretty guilty party when it came to what? They were going to do all of the jabbing in one. Do you guys remember the one jab? So you had the two from Moderna, 2 from Pfizer. AstraZeneca could do it all. It was J&J. They were like, oh, we also can do the thing. So hard to say when he got this or when he got that. We know he was pushing flu shots. I just want to say, like, as a celebrity, he certainly would have been approached earlier before this flu shot campaign. We know in Hollywood there was a time where you couldn't get any work unless you signed up. So you might as well have signed up, gotten the jibbity jab, and gotten paid for it. Like a lot, we know the list, the ones that signed up, the Dolly Partons that rewrote their songs and then danced in the streets and did those stupid ass late show appearances with Colbert and with the other ones, and they completely hoard themselves out. I'm not saying that Van Der Beek hoarded himself out, but I am saying that he was caught in the middle of that, and he did do some campaigning for AstraZeneca at one point for flu shots. With that said, I thought I'd take the liberty to rewrite this article, or at least update the headline that you saw, that he did pass away, and RIP to James Van Der Beek for sure. Absolutely, condolences to his family. But this is the revised version of that announcement from CBS News that I thought I'd take the liberty to do myself. James Van Der Beek, Dawson's Creek star, dies at 48 after receiving the COVID jab, which led to cancer diagnosis. Of course, we're not allowed to put that out there. This is just a little art project. It's strictly artistic. I'm not trying to report factual news here. Just an artistic expression. And that's why I wrote it in the handwriting that isn't official. I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not putting this out into the lexicon press. It's not press. It's just an artistic expression. Consider it a performance art piece. That's all. That's all I'm doing. So we'll leave you with this, a little message from James himself that he recorded, and you can see in his eyes that he's pretty sure, even though he talks about getting through it and recovery, he does have a look in his eye like he's at peace with where he's at for whatever reason. He's found a way through it, through this painful last chapter of his life, I guess it turns out. And he does find peace, I suppose, with God. So here we go. James Vanderbeek, R.I.P.
Today's my birthday, and it has been the hardest year of my life, and I wanted to share something that I learned with y'all. When I was younger, I used to define myself as an actor, right? Which was never really all that fulfilling. And then I became a husband, and that was much better. And then I became a father, and that was the ultimate. I could define myself then as a loving, capable, strong, supportive husband, father, provider, steward of the land that we're so lucky to live on. And for a long time, that felt like a really good definition to the question, you know, who am I? What am I? And then this year, I had to look my own mortality in the eye. I had to come nose to nose with death. And all of those definitions that I cared so deeply about were stripped from me. I was away for treatment, so I could no longer be a husband that was helpful to my wife. I could no longer be a father who could pick up his kids and put them to bed and be there for them. I could not be a provider because I wasn't working. I couldn't even be a steward of the land because at times I was too weak to prune all the trees during the window that you're supposed to prune them. And so I was faced with the question, if I am just a too skinny, weak guy alone in an apartment with cancer, what am I?
Now, let's just pause. Let's just take a moment, because you guys know that sometimes we do production stuff and have fun with these little, segments, and we put out these little jingles. We know what it's not. And sometimes we forget the human moments. I mean, this is a human moment, and we had to remember that when we're talking politics and fighting for people and fighting for what's right and holding RFK Jr. accountable and holding Israel accountable and holding Fauci and Gates and all these, and Epstein and his freaking plotting, Epstein and Gates plotting. Hope we can get away with this. I hope we can pull this off. Is this what they mean by that? Is this the pulling off? Do they have they don't have a rational, conscious mind to even consider this, but we're considering this. This is the result of pulling it off. The moments where you lose who you are and you lose your purpose, and you ask these questions. What happened? Did James have the, now there's nothing, I'm just spoiler alert, there's nothing in this video where he says, maybe I made a poor choice. That's not there. He's not going to do that. Who knows if he was thinking it at the time? I don't know. But he does come to terms with, I'm not going to play the rest. We'll just leave it at that. He actually does. You guys want to watch it? It's on Twitter. You can find it. And yeah, he goes on to say, I've made peace with God, and that's his way through it. And that's what he does. But that emptiness about who am I? What am I? If I can't do these things, these things I took for granted or whatever, what am I doing? What is this? What is this life? What is this thing that, as we're connecting the dots and saying Bill Gates and Epstein said, we hope we can pull this off. What is this? What is this? So this is why we have these conversations. This is why we have to find ways to make this important. And when people tell you COVID that was a long time ago, what are you still harping on that for? We're moving on. We're not moving on. When are we going to be able to have these conversations? When are we be able to say the thing that we're not allowed to say? Whether it's mRNA, every time somebody drops dead. James Vanderbeek was, we're pretty much the same age, pretty much. And there was an audition. I remember he actually unknowingly drove one of my old friends out of acting because I had an old friend that was in the final audition for Varsity Blues, and they called him back with James Van Der Beek, and they were in the room together doing the final. They were down to 2 people to get the lead role of Varsity Blues in 1998, I believe, and it went to James. He already had Dawson's Creek. He had that resume. My friend did not have the resume, and I think he questioned, man, what system is in place here? That why would they even be in that room? They already knew it was going to him. This sucks. This is a system that's not fair. It's not fair. Why would you even? Oh, you have to go through the motion so you can say you did the audition process, and then James can say I got the role rather than I was handed it. I earned it. So somebody has to take the hit and be the last person in the room before they give it to the guy they were going to get. So that drove him out of acting. So that happened. And I remember thinking, oh man, he was that close to getting Varsity Blues, but James got it. Mother effer. I remember thinking that. But things aren't fair, right? Hollywood's not fair. It's a one big club. You ain't in it. And as James discovers, it's one big club that he's not even in. So I don't know what else he thought in his mind. If he didn't have maybe the camera was off and he said something privately, who knows? But I just wanted you guys to see that human story, because the rest of us, we're going to still be here. We're still going to ask questions. We're still going to investigate. We're still going to scream out loud. But tomorrow and next week, there's going to be yet another report of a young celebrity dropping dead. It's going to happen. It keeps happening. It happens every effing day, every other day, every fucking week. It happens. And we're not allowed to talk about why. And apparently we're not allowed to talk about Israel's connection to it either. We can't even talk about it, right? We can't talk about any of this shit. Oh, well. But we're going to keep doing it until we get another medical misinformation strike on YouTube and lose our channel that we're starting to get actually a lot of traction now. Thank you guys on YouTube. By the way, thank you, YouTube audience, because this is our second try. Our first channel, The Homeless Left on YouTube, doesn't exist because Google pulled the effing plug on it and said we were too dangerous to have these discussions. So I'm glad that James Van Der Beek found God at the end. I'm glad that was his path and he got happy and at peace before he passed away. Literally, that was the same age as me. And that's normal now, to die of cancer, just normal. So good. I'm glad he found peace. But we're going to keep asking questions. We're not comfortable. We're not going to be comfortable until we're able to actually talk about this and actually have justice. And it's not going to be from the Maha movement. It's not going to come from that. It's going to come outside of that movement, from the ground up, from the people. That's how it's going to happen. But in the meantime, as doctors are baffled, they're still baffled. They're looking into it. They'll be back with answers soon enough. We'll see. Just be patient. Stop asking questions. We're not professionals. What the hell do we know? Just wait for instructions. Keep your mouth shut. And until then, until they come back with answers, which will never happen, but until then, one thing we can be absolutely certain about, and that is we know what it's not. All right, guys, let's just belt it out here. Let's just get the last thing out. This has been what a great show, guys. What a great show it's been. I'm really happy about today's show. And we're coming on to the end of this 5 hour. I think we can squeeze in this last one. This is good. This is a good one. It's time for you guys know what we like to do. We like to end the week with, oh yeah, this is our final segment before the weekend. Oh, thank God. Thank God. This has been a tough one. The Epstein stuff, guys. This has been a tough one. This has been hard. This has been a hard one. This has been a hard one. I think it's suitable that we do a loudest voice of the week for you guys. In respect to the loudest discussions that are being happened right now are so important. It was hard to choose the best one. There's really no way to decide on one, but we did have to select one just to do, but it's important as is. And we'll get to it right now. A response to the current climate of Epstein and the insight that we know about what really goes on behind the curtain. We know what goes on behind the curtain now. You can't unsee it. So here we go. Let's do a little loudest voice intro, and we'll go out with this one. This will be a good one, guys. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week, as all the Epstein files have been coming out, as the people have been going down rabbit holes and discovering things, rediscovering things, understanding that all the conspiracy theorists were right, that Pizzagate was actually true, that the most powerful people on the planet actually do eat babies and eat kids and get off on torture porn. And apparently adrenochrome is also a thing. It's not some wacky nut job QAnon. QAnon's not even a thing. It's just a made up thing to make you not look into things. But here we are. You can't unsee things once you see them, once you go down this rabbit hole. So the loudest voice this week, we're going to go to the platform that probably reached the most people this week. So this was important because we know millions of people listening to what? Listening to Joe Rogan. This one's important. So Pulp Fiction co-writer Roger Avary. Now, he has been on Rogan before. So they're covering him now because he went on again. There's a whole new episode. It just dropped yesterday, I believe. So you guys want to check out the entire episode. But Roger Avary, he's been on twice. The first time he went on, and we talk about this in the discussion of, as we're going through Epstein files, we're not just looking and discovering new information in the files. We're also going back and reflecting on past discussions that maybe we didn't pay too much attention to back then. So let's start with the news about Roger Avary and the stuff he's revealed to Rogan. There's actually two parts to it. The first part, because he had already been on Rogan and he was talking about the movie Eyes Wide Shut on that one. And then now there's some new information he's put out just yesterday. So let's start from the top. This is people are talking about Eyes Wide Shut again. They have to, because if you've seen the movie, haven't seen the movie, you understand that the ritualistic, culty, sexual, kind of dark, underground, seedy world depicted in the film that elites participate in, that you need code words to get in the door, and people in masks and naked women and all this stuff. What you didn't see in the film is the thing that Roger Avary discusses. Last time he went on Rogan, he talked to you about the script that Stanley Kubrick intended to have, which included the child sex trafficking, culty stuff with the children. That was supposed to be in the film. It was taken out, deliberately taken out against Kubrick's wishes, and Kubrick was not alive to see the final film. Coincidence? I don't know at this point. But he did. This is not the script he approved. So this publication is going to try and smear this information given by Roger Avary in this article. So they say in this article, they say Stanley Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut, is in the midst of a renaissance, and this is because primarily propelled by the Epstein files. And of course, in the headline, they're telling you wild conspiracy theories, even though the Epstein files are actually checking out the theories as accurate. They still want to tell you that they're wild, right? And it's surrounding the director's sudden death, which we're saying it sucks that he didn't get to see the release of the film that he completed, because it wasn't the film he wanted to complete. So this was included in the article. This announcement that we saw from the last appearance that he did on Joe Rogan. So people got to understand who Roger Avary was when he went on there and told what we just talked about, told Rogan's audience what was really behind the Eyes Wide Shut production, and why we didn't get to see the actual film, and why there's weird indications in the film. If you go to the last scene, there's the last scene that's so bizarre because it was supposed to involve the daughter in the movie. That's the daughter of Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, and the daughter was being taken away as a sacrifice to the two men that follow them into the toy store. Go back and watch it. It's very weird because they cut it out. You still got the daughter in the toy store. You still got the two men, but it doesn't make sense, because if you edited out the thing about him, this child being sacrificed to the elite pedophile cult ring, then it doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense. Go watch it. It doesn't actually make sense. So, second paragraph, after the studio watched the cut of the movie, they demanded that Kubrick remove the pedo references. Kubrick fought back and ended up dead before the premiere, according to Roger Avary, who had the original script, and he verified it and showed Rogan's audience what was meant to be happening at the end the film. So that's the setup. That's the setup. So what's happened since this new release? Now we can really talk about what goes on. So that's what we're going to do. And that's what Rogan did. Very geniusly, he said, you know what? Let's get Roger Avary back on the show now that the Epstein files big release happened. Now maybe people want to hear about the larger mechanism, not just in Hollywood and entertainment, but the entire cabal and what's going on underground, what's going on beneath the White House, what's going on in LA beneath the Getty Museum. What is happening? Well, Roger Avary, and this is an award-winning director, by the way, award-winning director. He's going to tell us what's actually going on beyond just a film that Stanley Kubrick wanted to make and then couldn't make it, and then he ended up dead. This is way bigger than that. And I think the audience of Joe Rogan got to hear this story and how important it was. Here we go. This is Roger Avary back on Rogan, loudest voice of the week. Here we go.
The Epstein files?
Oh, yeah. Like those Epstein files. In fact, I can't believe that, like, everybody just kind of like, oh, well, okay, and they're moving on with their lives. Did you see that guy at the Atlanta airport flipping out, the well-dressed black dude who just freaks out in the Atlanta, just like a couple of days ago? I saw it on YouTube, and I saw it on Twitter or X. And this guy's just freaking out in the Atlanta airport. He's like, I read the Epstein files. Like, all of you, you're going about your lives like nothing's happening. Look, you're all zombies. And he's right. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Everybody is just numb to everything. Like, dudes, we had a global pandemic, aliens, all these like revelations. People are, eating babies. This is the guy.
Files have been released, and all of y'all are acting normal. All of y'all.
And there's a longer version of that where he's basically like, you're all acting like nothing's happening. Like, what the fuck? You're all just pretending you're just drones going on in your normal lives.
People are waiting for a condensed version that lays out all the facts. It's the people that are like really interested in reading all the emails.
I think the Luciferians cast a spell on the world. And,
for real?
Oh, absolutely. It's just like how vampires can't go into a house unless they're invited. They tell you, what's going on ahead of time. It's predictive programming. And once you say it out loud and you put it out there and make fun of it and do a little skit, like Stephen Colbert did a little skit on his show where,
now, this is very important. Let's pay attention because he's talking about neurological response of the human brain. This is why people are going numb right now. This is exactly why. They are masters in this, what he calls predictive programming. And he's using Colbert as an example. This actually happened. Pay attention. He's used the word spell. You can call it a spell, but it's more like the capture of the human brain, the understanding how propaganda works, and just mastering the art of it. To a level where you can call it a spell, or you can call it just basic neuroscience, whatever you want to call it. But they do have a code. They do have a club, and the code very similar to vampires, but in the sense that they have to follow a mantra, right? They have to follow it. There's rules you have to follow. You have to tell us the quiet part out loud, and then they can do the thing. That's the thing, and that's why we get these files now, and they have more stuff planned. But listen to the technique. It's very advanced. He's absolutely right. Colbert is a great example of a platform that they use to pull this shit off, and they do it over and over. This is one example.
Here's a baby. I'm going to take this baby and I'm going to give it to Moloch. And he goes into like a cloudy red, furnace and hands the baby over. And he's, the baby's going to be fine. And they make a joke about it and the audience laughs. Okay, we're all now conditioned to it. We've all seen it. And by laughing at it, we're complicit.
You think that's on purpose, that this is like some sort of a grand design to get us to be desensitized to the idea of demons eating babies?
Yeah. For sure.
Really?
For sure. And by the way, nobody's doing anything about it. We know what's happening.
But that has to take, there has to be a person or some group of people.
Yeah, like about 8,500 people. Yeah.
That are manipulating the Colbert Show?
That are manipulating everything. It's all an illusion. Like, reality as we know it is fake. That's the revelation that guy is having. And he's looking around and he's like, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Well, it's
also like the Matrix, and I'll throw that out because 1999 was a very important year because it was this, we had the Y2K countdown and we had this idea that everything was going to bust come 2000. So you had these very elaborate films depicting this, like, what's coming around the corner. What are these things that we never thought of? The Matrix comes to mind. The Matrix came out the same year as Eyes Wide Shut. Both came out in 1999. Not a coincidence. It was right before the millenniums. But he's saying, yes, the predictive programming is in the films. He knows because he is an actual filmmaker that's been in the vicinity of this the entire way. So he's telling you this, and we're finally listening. We're finally listening. Are we going to do anything about it? That's the real question. I don't know, but at least we're listening, I guess.
Sir, see, the thing about the emails is, one of the things is it's just stuff written down. And so that's sort of hard to digest. Like, what is this? Like, what are they saying? Like, some of it is in code, like walking over beef jerky, like talking about jerky. Could you walk beef jerky over to this person? Like, what does that mean?
For all this pizza they're talking about,
Right.
You never see any pizza.
Right. Yeah. They're ordering pizza.
I'm gonna get some grape soda. It's like with my cheese pizza.
Yeah.
And like there's all this coded language, and everyone's like, oh, that's you just have pareola. You're just seeing things where you want to see them.
No, there's clearly a code. Well, that was the thing about Pizzagate.
It's absolutely a code. And in fact, mundus vult decipi, ergo decipiatur. It's a long known concept. And so in Latin, mundus vult decipi means the world wants to be deceived. Ergo decipiatur. Therefore, it is. We want to be deceived. We don't want to believe the horrors that are actually behind the veil.
Well, I think we
want to be in the Matrix, right? We want the blue pill. We don't want the red pill. That's what he's talking about, and that's important. And then we were told that messaging in the Matrix. The same year as Eyes Wide Shut, 1999. But we're realizing that was not just an entertainment experience with popcorn and look at those cool effects in the Matrix and those cool set designs in Eyes Wide Shut. No, they were really talking to us in those films.
The Epstein files, people are, because of these emails that have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of the bizarreness of the code and some of the things, like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. So this was like right after he was indicted in 2018.
Yeah, I got to get rid of some bodies.
Yeah.
I got
How much did
dissolve up some bodies.
What did it say he ordered? Like, let's
like 8,000 gallons or
maybe we can get our sponsor Perplexity to process this and give us a synopsis of what exactly happened, some sort of a breakdown, because one of the things they're saying is
just to be clear, it was about 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. We reported on this earlier in the show. Yes, 330 gallons of sulfuric acid. It was ordered on the exact same day, the same day that the FBI launched the child trafficking probe. We could see it on the email because it was dated December 6th, 2018. The exact day that he ordered the acid is the day that the FBI started the line of questioning into the trafficking of the children. And what do you use acid for? That's a question that we pretty much know the answer of, especially that many, especially ordered on the same day. So yeah, that's what we're all having to kind of come to terms with and try and process right now.
Like, he was indicted, and then right after he's indicted, he orders how many gallons?
6 55-gallon containers full of sulfuric acid.
Jesus Christ.
330 total.
Jesus Christ. What?
They're eating babies, man. Like, that's
Do you think so that you think is real? So,
well, yeah. Not only that, I think that there's sacrifices going on every day in Los Angeles. I mean,
here we go. And he's talking about the Getty. We talk about that, and we're like, conspiracy theories. What's going on underground? We have actual witness reports, victims reports on this. We've shown this before. We've had to make disclaimers because we don't want to come across like this is factual, but we're just reporting on it. That's what he's talking about. This is going out not to deaf ears anymore. That's the key. Now people are listening. What are they doing about it? Who knows? But at least they're hearing it now. That's important. Hearing it is important.
Allegedly, like, high-level musicians, let's say, high-level female musician is like, killing chickens every day, doing sacrifices. Like,
high level.
Well, I don't want to say, I don't want to say names because I don't want to get sued. And I don't want to be dead either.
You don't want to get sued and you don't want to be dead. The deading and the suing, it's risky. It's risky. But hey, where are we at now? We need courageous voices. The fact that he's saying that out loud is because that's what he's thinking. He's thinking about the risk of going on a podcast like Joe Rogan. And he's, like I said, he's already been on before. But let's see here. Yeah. Just got to get the right thing. Okay. He's been on before. But he's thinking, okay, how far do I go? Well, he did go far, and people are listening, and millions of people listening to that this week. Very important. It takes courage to do what he's doing. This acclaimed director, part of the industry, going on Rogan and telling us, not as speculation, telling us facts based on what we're seeing on these emails, and people are finally listening. And that qualifies enough as far as we're concerned here at the Homeless Left, that we're officially giving Roger Avary the loudest voice of the week. All right, that should do it for today. We hit the oh my gosh, we hit the 5-hour mark. We did it. We couldn't have done it without you. I want to thank all of our fans, all of our listeners, viewers, champions of what we do on the Homeless Left. We're not getting an award for this, but we're just going to move on to the next one. So that should do it for today. Thank you to everyone who participated today, our mods, Leslie coming on and talking back, Bonzo Beans. Always a pleasure bringing in the Due Dissonance peeps into the stream. We appreciate you guys, all you guys, wherever you found us today. If you found us on YouTube, we appreciate you. And thanks to obviously our co-host today, Jay Scott, Craig Pasta Jardula. Always a pleasure to have those gentlemen on for our friendly discourse and honest investigation, which we always appreciate. The approach to how we do these things with critical thinking skills, with our critical thinking hats on, and we do it from a non-tribal point of view. So that should do it for today. We'll just go ahead and leave you with something here at the end. It's funny. It's a Pam Bondi sketch. Since we've covered Pam Bondi today, this is Pam Bondi. What it looks like. What would it look like if Pam Bondi was your waitress? I love this stuff. This is just like a little hypothetical sketch. Probably more funny than anything they're going to do on SNL. I know, I get it. SNL can once in a while get something right, but this is way more funny, and I don't think they're going to do anything like this. But yeah, Pam Bondi being your waitress. That'll be a fun one. I'll throw up as many comments as I can with you guys on the ending credits here, and then we'll see you guys next week. I think we've decided it's Valentine's, anti-capitalist Valentine's Day. Have moments make memories. Don't buy a bunch of shit. Don't do that, guys. Don't play into that stuff. Just create moments. That's what you need to do. 3-day weekend. I think we might be taking Tuesday off. We need a little bit of a breather, and we'll see you guys back here a week from today on the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. Remember, guys, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
It's funny, since my time as waitress, I have completed more orders than...
Sorry, what are the special...
Excuse me! I'm gonna answer the question when I'm good and ready. Your theatrics are ridiculous! Okay, the market price fish might be up, but the Dow is down. Oh, you can't read the menu because of redactions? How about you apologize for coming in here with a party of 11?
Ma'am, could I get a refill on water?
Did you drink the water I already gave you?
Yeah, but I want...
So you admit that I already gave you water?
Yeah, but
I yield my time.
Ma'am.
Oh, so you want to complain that I gave you pickles when you said you didn't want pickles, but how about you apologize for a complicated order? I have yet to hear an apology from you, or you for that matter. What are the gluten-free options? How about you grow a pair? A turkey burger? This guy's got beef derangement syndrome over here. Give me a break.
Check, please.
You do not tell me what to do. I will get you the check when I want to get you the check.
And could I please get that with Italian dressing?
Italian dressing? In America? Just say you love illegal invaders.